all the cola, moving along with the fun. That's our way to play Nintendo Switch. Sure, everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with a Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone was this. Why?
Nobody takes down Angel Snuffing Up 7 easy. There's a reason why, after 100 channels destroyed, Angel Snuffing Up 7 is still here. There's a reason why nobody want to get in a beef with Angel Snuffing Up 7. But you don't take me seriously, and now your ass is barbecue.
Hey, man, you won me over, Snuffing Up. Man, you won me over. Man, you crazy as a bed bug, but you won me over. I think you're nutty. I think you nutty as a 13 acres of peanuts with George Carver used to own that back down the South. But you a smart guy.
Well, according to psychiatry, everybody's nutty.
Nah, I think you're crazy.
Yeah, so.
I'm just messing with you.
The Mississippi campaign represents everything that you claim that you want. The beginning of an all-black independent nation, the ability to control your own resources, your politics, the law, being able to do your own thing for a change, creating an economy, create and produce goods that Africa or anybody on the planet would want. You're afraid you don't want to do nothing. 3 hours talking about the Mississippi campaign. So why don't y'all pitiful pieces of trash, sewer rats and you thieves and you cyber stalking trolls, why don't y'all get together and have a conference and talk about what y'all have done? That conference won't last long, maybe 5 minutes, because Aquan has done nothing. John Nollywood have done nothing. Well, next that one, I got the answer. I can handle the hard. See, they say that Angel Stuff Up 7 don't care about the people. But Angel Stuff Up 7 cares about the people because I'm bold enough to tell you the truth. And I don't give a damn if you give me a dime. I'm not looking for your money. Black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody.
We are in a state of emergency. Prejudice. Wrote a song about it, like the hit. Here it go. Free your mind.
Black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody moving me. Like that, can we make it plain? Simple. Bringing down the 10 fire and reality simple.
Peace, forever knowledge. I'm so Sister J. I'm so Sister D. And I just wanted to say thank you for all the people who helped to the medical fundraiser for my uncle Taalik. And it has meant so much to us that you would help because without you guys, his life would not be possible and we would not be living today right now. And I just want to say for all of you that helped and that donated, I would really like to give a big thanks. And I hope I can be you one day and say thank you in person. I love you guys very much. Bye. Bye. Peace, forever knowledge.
Everybody who is black and interested in black people, let us sit down and find out how we can get together in one direction against one enemy and accomplish this job overnight.
When soul singer and black activist Sam Cooke wrote the lyrics to his song, "A Change Is Gonna Come," it was very direct and to the point. With some changes to it, the song was still digestible. In the year 2019, black folks continue to go through the change rather than direct the change. A community activist named Taalik Ibn'rad has made an appeal similar to what Sam Cooke was asking for. A change. It's said that the meek shall inherit the earth. We ask when. When will the landlords give the meek a free lease? Mr. Ibn'rad is humbly asking for the state of Mississippi. This is Dusty Basement Studios, and we approve of this message.
In a state of emergency. Want a song about it? Like to hear? Here you go. Freedom.
Keep it real.
What you?
Because I keeps it real like that.
I keep it real.
Ride, let's get this party started. Ride, let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started. Ride, let's get this party started. Ride, let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started quickly. get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started quickly. Let's get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started. Ride, ride, ride. Let's get this party started quickly.
I wanted him to assume that I'm a person looking to get down with this Mississippi campaign. How does one get started with this? Sir? Mr. Angel Snupnup.
What was the question again?
Yeah. Y'all made me down. Y'all made me goddamn go old school. Yeah.
You still didn't answer the question, sir. He still didn't answer the question. You still didn't answer the question, sir.
Where it goes, nobody knows.
It's selfish. You gotta allow a child to grow up. Some people spoil that children. They won't let them grow up. They keep, no matter how old they get, they keep letting, they want to do things for the child. Let your child grow up. Let these black people grow up.
how will this phony idea of racism end if white people don't stand up to the blacks and blacks continue to falsely accuse white people of being racist instead of taking responsibility for their own failure?
You lost me on your question. When you say that question, what's the question again?
How will this phony idea of racism ever end if white people don't start standing up to the blacks and blacks are forced to take responsibility for their own failure in life?
What do you mean by a phony idea of racism? I don't understand.
The blacks are pretending that their issue, their lack of morality, their lack of family, their lack of love, their lack of believing in God is due to white people. That's their inability to create and get jobs and do their thing. They're blaming the white people for it when it's their own failure. They're losers.
Well, you and I can end this conversation because I don't agree with that.
Why not?
I don't. Number one, what you just said, I don't do that. So when you say the blacks, I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Most, not all, but most. The ones that are pretending that it's about racism rather than it's about the lack of character in most black people.
I just totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you that so you're saying that if you walk into a room and someone disparages you, or they disregard you, or they treat you differently because you're black, you're saying that's your fault?
That's their fault that they're acting that way, but it's your fault if you're that insecure that it causes you to overreact. And blacks are very insecure nowadays, the males and the females.
I have no idea where you're coming from, sir. You and I totally disagree, obviously, on this. And so my point would be, if you step on my toe, it's not my insecurity that you stepped on my toe. The reality is that you stepped on my toe. You hurt my foot.
But white people are not stepping on the toes of black people.
They're stepping on mine.
How are they stepping on your toe?
On others. There are doors that are closed, and to be honest, and praise the Lord, things are changing. They certainly are changing.
By force, but not by choice. It's not going to work out for the blacks because they're trying to get mob justice. They're still going to suffer. It's not going to work out for them, even though white people are running and giving them what they're begging for. Black people don't know how to build. They don't know how to make things better. It's only going to get worse.
What category do you put yourself in?
I'm sorry?
When you said the blacks, you're talking objectively. What category do you put yourself in? You're not in that category?
I'm American.
So you're not black?
I'm black in color, but my heart is white.
Your heart is white?
Yes.
My sir, well, that's not true. I don't know where our common ground is if you say you're black but your heart is white.
Meaning that I'm black on the outside but white on the inside.
How did you get a white heart?
By repenting for having a dark heart, and God renewed my heart, and now it's clean.
Why does your heart have to be black or white?
Because anyone that has anger has a black heart, but those who have the love of God has a white heart.
Why is white right and black not right?
Because black is evil and white is not.
But you just said you are black, so that means you whatever you say, you're still a black man.
I'm black on the outside, but not on the inside.
And inside you're white.
Do you believe racism exists?
I think bias. I think racism exists in the sense that there are people who will look at you differently. I don't care what color you say your heart is, look at you differently, respond you differently, give you certain opportunities, open certain doors because you are or because you are not a certain color.
Black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody moving me. Like that the king, we make it plain and simple. Bringing knowledge and fire and reality simple.
But now for me, I was raised.
I don't know.
I'm
a snub. No, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm gonna let it go for the sake of conversation. But I'm really for the integrity of my channel, and people don't be like, man, you ain't gonna let that go. I don't know if Dr. King would have classified white America as the enemy to black people. You're gonna have to bring me something to substantiate that claim you're making, man. I can bring you where all the evidence would point to the contrary. All the evidence would point that he really was a multiculturalist. He really believed in, egalitarianism to the degree that he tried his best to say that, this race thing didn't affect social interaction with white people, that they weren't naturally an enemy. And I challenge that. I think white people are naturally the enemy of melanated people of the earth and every fucking thing they come in contact with.
I can concur with you talking about. Also, at the same time, even without putting the race card in there, I don't know about the natural. What you talk about? What is natural? Because in order to say that it's natural, that means you have to study something in its natural state. And you haven't been nowhere to study nobody in their natural state prior to your interaction with them. So in order for us
history, we have the luxury, we have the benefit of history. You have to understand, I'm a revolutionary. We use material dialectics and historical dialectics. I have the, I don't want to say luxury, but I have the evidence of history that anywhere that the white man has been, he has been disagreeable, destructive, and
that's any conqueror.
Establish themselves as the ruling class.
That's any conqueror. You're not saying nothing no different from any other conqueror, even prior to the European going to the continent.
I'm saying the white man's nature is to conquer and not to live harmoniously. That's the point I'm making. You're right. That's any conqueror.
We're in a patriarchal civilization or society where you found men living harmoniously. Where is it even written where men live somewhere where they wasn't getting down with each other? That's what
who writes history?
Men fight each other for dominance.
Who writes history? Who writes history?
The conqueror.
Who writes history?
It comes from, it's written from the view
so that's why you won't find the harmonious lifestyle in mainstream history. They're not going to let you know that is possible.
Where do you see that? Where do you see a sign of that right now, living anywhere? Where's the sign of that among any people right now? Where's the sign of it? Where's the sign of men getting together, living harmoniously, and women are treated as equals and all this kind of beautiful utopia, fantasy delusional stuff?
This is the fight against white supremacy. So that
I understand white supremacy, but I also understand telling delusion and lies and fantasy.
Because it is intentional, it is deliberately being disturbed by an exploit system that is enforced by violence, brother.
Who are these people? Who is this tribe that's living this holy and righteous and get along life? Who are these people? Where is it at?
You said, what did he say?
Where is this utopia anywhere in history? Where is it at? It's not Canada. It's not Ethiopia.
Hold on, Angel. Both y'all, Yanga and Unup, y'all made me get off the gavel. Y'all made me goddamn go old school to the arena. Both y'all. I'm gaveling.
I have another question. I don't want to, I think Shay may have. Shay, did you have a question or something? Comment, question?
Is it possible to have dual citizenship in other states?
I don't know. I I don't think nobody ever tried, but I guess you could do that if I don't know if it's possible. I mean, if you can have dual citizenship in different countries, why you can't have dual citizenship in different states?
That's
I don't think nobody even tried it. I don't even think nobody ever tried it. So it's something new.
So here's my question. With all that you're saying, what's the difference between what you're saying and the provisional government for the Republic of New Africa?
The only difference is that you have to crawl before you can walk. If you cannot secure this one geographical area and gain power, I'm not talking about living in some areas and living the way that we do now. We just the mayors and we just the all the people. No, I'm talking about we want the governor house. That's what I want. I want the governor house. When you go to Alabama, we want the governor house.
So I mean, what are you proposing? Here's what I'm asking. What are you, because the Republic of New Africa, we know what they're proposing. We know what the end game is. What are you proposing? Are you proposing that, because here, this is good. This is a good conversation because here we talk about the two nationalisms. Some people say this is pragmatic nationalism, that as long as black people are in control anywhere, whether it be within the confines of another government, as long as we're in control of that, that's black nationalism. That's a form of pragmatic black nationalism. Then you got what they call, like I said, strong black nationalism said, no, at the end of the day, the end game has to be separation. So what I'm saying, I'm hearing this. What is the end game? That we own Mississippi, and then from Mississippi, we fight to annex and own Mississippi, and then from Mississippi, we begin to get other states?
I don't know about the future, because what you're describing is something that's probably futuristic, because you never know what might happen in the world, and you put yourself in a position where you're already in a position to claim your piece of the pie, so to speak.
So what are you prescribing? Because what you're talking, you do know what you're talking about, Angel Snuffing Up, is future, right? I mean, anything is future. Are you saying not that far ahead in the future?
I'm talking about
you're talking future. Where is this step going? If I say, okay, yeah, and all our people pack up to move to Mississippi.
Well, first of all, I didn't ask nobody to move to Mississippi. I did not say that. We're not moving to no Mississippi. That's not what it's about.
If we take Mississippi, I mean, what is the goal? What is the objective? What's the end game? What are we trying to accomplish in this project?
The first thing that you're trying to accomplish in this effort, this first step effort, is to simply gain the benefits and the rights that you should have anyway as an American citizen. No more, no less. Now, again, there's a difference. There's a difference in what you're trying to do. Do you really want to try to create a black nation or a black organization? Because the people here are diverse. If you want, in order for this to happen.
No. Snubbing up. It's not what we're trying to do. It's because you have the proposal. You have the plan. It's right. What is your proposal and plan taking us as a people? If we're sitting down, we're saying, okay, our brother Snubbing Up has this plan. Let us listen to it from conception to completion, from beginning to end. I heard the inception. I heard how you got it. I hear the process. Where is it taking me though? What's the end game?
It's just like Charles Bloss was saying in his book. And this is what I've grown to know. Prior to or after the Civil War, and of course they took the troops out of the South, our ancestors was doing what I'm talking about anyway. The only thing they was doing was living as an American citizen in this country. And they were building their small towns, building their small cities, taking different offices. They were just living their life as an American citizen. and they were successful. That's why it was necessary to form the Ku Klux Klan and all these other terrorist organizations and make all these different laws to stop them. And they did stop them, cause them to run to the north, run east, run whatever, and stop their progress. What would have happened had they left them alone? We would be in control just naturally. Just like it's natural for those Mexicans and all those people in California, they just naturally put themselves in a position. Next thing you know, they're going to control New Mexico, and they're going to control California, and those states that just naturally just living their life. That's all I'm saying in this effort, to put yourself in a position, because nobody's going to do this for you except you. So you got to take, you know, so you got to take your destiny in your own hand and gain the rights that you have anyway as a citizen. And then you take the same thing, because everything that you're doing is legal under the United States of America. You're not no terrorist organization.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So empower ourselves. We do this, and we use Mississippi as a tool to empower ourselves politically and economically.
Yes.
As citizens.
Yes.
Okay, that's where we disagree then. Okay, I just want to know
because that's what you are. I don't, you know, I mean, that's what we are. I mean, you can claim, you can whatever.
Brother, listen, I'm sorry, damn, did I piss on your 4th of July barbecue? You got very animated then. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that's what we are.
A hypocritical so-called citizenship, and I don't believe that no measure of reform will ever give me mastery or power in a corrupt system. I just don't believe it, brother. And there's no amount of passion or vigor you put in your voice that will ever get me to buy into that. That's
you
why I
don't
want
have
to know where
it's
you're
not about
playing
buying
with.
into anything. It's the reality of what we're dealing with day in and day out.
My black son, can I speak? Because I'm
yes. I'm sorry.
That's right. What's going on, Nandi?
This shit is crazy. I never thought I would see so many of my people romanticizing the fuckery. Let's start with 1968. Civil rights movement, they had to sign those rights. So what? There were sunset clauses on them. The civil rights movement expired in 1970. What the fuck did a nigga gain from that? Not a goddamn thing. We were already civil. We didn't need Michael Phelps for that. They had dogs, billy clubs, prisons, all type of shit. And this bullshit government that I'm about to get on next that niggas believe in. We didn't we didn't want to be equal to the white man. How could we be equal to the white man? Them motherfuckers was eating dogs, smelling like shit.
Eating each other.
Couldn't clean up their own house, running around stealing our women and children. We wasn't wanting to be equal to that type of bullshit, the fuckery. We wasn't equal to the motherfuckers when they started messing with us.
Right.
We had full-fledged control. And they were taking not only our knowledge, but our people and learning from us. So what the fuck did we need to be equal to? We wanted the rights to go back to being who the fuck we were before we were bothered. And I think that that's what a lot of people keep forgetting. So fuck Michael King. Now we're talking about dual citizenship. Let me explain that since we on laws. You don't need dual citizenship for Mississippi and California because those are states. And we are in the United States of America. So if the states are already united, what the fuck do you need dual citizenship for? Make it make sense. Now, let's roll the tape forward. Take over Mississippi. What difference does it make? When you just gonna become day nigga and you're gonna have to follow your oath and you're gonna be getting that federally funded money and you will switch sides like motherfuckers switch dresses when RuPaul come on the goddamn stage just so you can eat with the whites, man. What the fuck do we need to be taking over states for? We want full-fledged territory. Take y'all motherfuckers back to the cave. And anybody want to be a cave nigga with you? Take them goddamn chimpanzees with you. We got some monkeys out here. We got some gorillas. But we also got some orangutans and some chimpanzees that will bounce and laugh they motherfucking way, cooning like a goddamn fool just to get to the top. We know we got some Booker T. Washingtons, some William O'Neills. We got some goddamn Isaiah Montgomerys. We got a whole lot of them. But let's learn from the examples. You know why those names are mentioned? For some people, they're to be idled. They took over a whole state. A place like Mount Bayou. It's some of the same places that y'all talking about taking over today. Like Brother Younger said, it's been done before. But just like we had that corny ass niggas then that sold out to the white man, took the goddamn funding, didn't tell the black people in the whole black community that we had been sold out and fucked over. Same shit will happen today.
That's it. Facts.
So Angel, how do we safeguard against what Nundy just said? Because she said a lot.
Well, first of all, respect to Sister Nandy. I like Sister Nandy. She's all right. She's a very intelligent person. Very logical, rational thinking person.
Yeah, she be making plain what I be trying to say. She came on and said everything I said. But go ahead, my bad. Go ahead, break it down.
Yeah, well, I cannot say that what is being said is not true. However, it doesn't make any difference. You can't stop somebody from selling you out. I don't care how militant you think that you are or whatever. A person can be with you. You think your blood brother, they'll turn on you. I mean, that's just something that we can't, I mean, you can't do that. They'll sell you out for money. They'll sell you out for jealousy and envy. I mean, so that's something that all of us gonna have to deal with.
Well, I think what she means by sellout, is looking for some type of freedom in, like she said, in citizenship, in politics. You put your position, we put ourselves in a position to be motherfucking bought and sold. At the end of the day, the only solution.
You want to be bought and sold because that's what you chose to do. We're not.
That's what I just said, brother.
We're not.
That's what I just snubbed up. Listen, you trying to argue with me so bad, you saying the same shit I'm saying. That's what I just said. Go ahead, Nandi. Go ahead, Nandi.
Yeah. So
let me say this. No. What I mean by that, when you already, this is what I say about people who are reformers. That's why we got to be careful. When you're a reformer and you actually believe that in a system that has been designed and critiqued to keep my people on the plantation, and it doesn't include the real niggas versus their coney niggers in their system any goddamn way when it comes to making change. So if you can advocate that, if you can even put yourself in a position of dealing with their contractual agreements, their underlining techniques, breaching of the bribery acts and all the anti-foreign agreement acts and so many different acts, and then you come back talking about constitutions and shit, you just another house nigga.
Yeah,
you just converted house nigga. You were on the street revolutionary, and now that you think you in the house, looking at too much goddamn spook on the spook behind the door, you done got in the house, and they done gave you all the oaths where you gotta honor the queen and every goddamn body else, so now you they house nigga. So if you put us in a position to even follow that and enter ourselves into that same position, then what benefit of us taking Mississippi or anything would have for the people? That's what we want you to explain.
Right, and Nandi, to that point, they make you sign a paper that literally says that you will not be convicted of all these crimes. Malfeasance is one of them. Bribery is another one. It's like 10 different crimes that they make you sign whenever you run for political office. You have to get on the ballot, even as a writing, and you still got to let them know you're doing something. So they make you sign this paper before you even get on the ballot for whatever state, local constitution for office they're applying for. And they do exactly that. They sell us out, sell us down the drain. They don't want to bring no resources to us, but they're too busy splurging with the whites. Right. So we have to be examples of what not to be, especially on these platforms. We're talking Black nationalism. This isn't in the mainstream. So we're hella radical, all of us on this panel. And I appreciate it because I love these kind of chats. You ain't gonna know. Thank you, Nandy, for joining us.
I like
what it boils down to is we need power.
But let me say this, and I don't mean to cut you out because I gotta go work on my debate. I just heard a few things and I'm like, okay, we gotta talk to our people. You know, when we talk about power, I never hear anybody talking about the Federal Reserve Chairman. The Federal Reserve Chairman, the outside government that runs, owns, and actually controls.
You ain't finna do me like that. You not finna listen. You must got another 30, 40 minutes. You're not finna drop. You don't know what's talking about it because we don't know about it. You're not finna drop that shit and then jump off here. Have people coming up here and want to talk about it and I don't know what the hell going on. You must gonna spend about 30, 40 minutes with it.
Right.
You go on and drop it, but you're gonna have to answer.
You're gonna have to be committed. Nandy, you drop it, you're gonna have to be committed to it.
Hey, I does that shit all the time.
Right.
You do that at meetings and shit.
You do that.
Oh, yes, Chairman. Can we talk about the such and such and such and such? Then go off and do something else. Motherfuckers asking me questions. I'm like, well, So,
I don't see why we don't look at the things that change the way we live. Even when there were so-called ways of us being free, the Federal Reserve Chairman, the federal organization, what we call the IRS, is what's controlling the world. They make your money. They taking your money. They control your jobs. They control your spending. They control your children. They control your mamas. They control the schools. They control the hospitals. The feds got the fiat currency floating all the way the fuck around America like never before. Inflation is at its finest. I heard a nigga say today fiat currency was worth something. Country dumbass nigga, how the hell paper worth something when you can rip it or drop it in some goddamn bleach and it's gone. And ain't a damn thing.
Shout out to the
it's backed by the government. So okay, it's backed by the government. That means National Guard gonna pull up with no ratchets and shit and make sure you give them their goddamn cut or they take all what you don't work hard for. So my house right. To you because I didn't want to give you 10% of my shit. One thing that I did study very closely about Donald Trump, and it's something that people should pay attention to. He's never, out of all of the shit, so-called indictments and stuff, been penalized, arrested, or anything taken for tax evasion. But he's the only president that spoke about he never paid taxes. His family never paid taxes. Nobody ever asked why. Because the federal government and the Federal Reserve Chairman is a private entity that only you can enter into a contractual agreement with. So when niggas running and filing their taxes every year, that's how they keep up with you. That's the first contract you enter with your income tax. Then you're gonna go run down and you got a job. Now they ask you the first thing they gonna do before you can work for them is, can you fill out this tax form? We need to know if you exempt or if you got some dependents. This is the contractual agreement. It's a side contract from the jobs. Yeah. But when you owning and controlling everything without the federal government, now let's just say we had Mississippi without it. We decide what the currency is. We decide the value. We decide if we want to hold people's motherfucking state taxes and federal taxes and their medical taxes. And we just want to withhold the 501. All of that shit right there be cut out because it's all connected to the Federal Reserve. And one false move on one of them payments, they coming to take your whole life. Nobody, we always talk about freedom and we need to get broke from this and broke from that. The president, again, KRS-One told you that motherfucker like the manager at Burger King.
Yep.
But we want to holler at the franchise owner, which is the Federal Reserve Chairman. This motherfucker, and the president elects the Federal Reserve Chairman. Well, like KRS wasn't even talking, and you can do your own research after that. That's who run every goddamn thing, because the government cannot be ran without a major accountant, which is the Federal Reserve Chairman. The contract between them and the government, United States, is, okay, you give us all this fiat currency, and we'll let you keep up with it.
That ain't even worth the paper it's printed on. The dollar's like 13% right now, if not lower.
They burn millions of it every day, so that means they don't care. If it was worth it, I guarantee you this, they ain't burning no motherfucking gold and shit every day. They might be making bars, coins and shit so they can store it, but they not doing that. They got armored trucks full of this shit that they just set on fire and turn it into ashes because it ain't worth a damn thing. They don't want it to pile up. They just using it as a game. We gonna fuck the black people because they think when they got these blue notes, everything Gucci, while we sitting over here getting all the goddamn gold. And like A-Trap Brown told us years ago, once we flip this shit over, when they hit Bitcoin or when we say goddamn, you know, you can't go to court unless you got some rocks. We need you to have all black rocks. Like A-Trap Brown said, niggas ain't on eBay to eat. Because they don't know that they're commodity from fiat. They don't know the real from the fake. And this is what they finna do right now. That's why they taking it slow out our hand. Moving the money slow out our hand. And they take states. What we gotta do is quit begging. These motherfuckers ain't bought that. Why we gotta go? And we ain't taking nothing right because they didn't take nothing in our government that was established. They took shit and formed their own goddamn government and put us in it.
Facts.
Yeah, that's why they taking it slow out our hand. Moving the money slow out our hand. And they take states. What we gotta do is quit begging. These motherfuckers ain't bought that. Why we gotta go? And we ain't taking nothing right because they didn't take nothing in our government that was established. They took shit and formed their own goddamn government and put us in it.
Facts.
Talking about damn states, many niggas done fought. They took took states and little cities. Let's talk about Rosewood, Black Wall Street. We been doing that, but look what them motherfuckers do because it's their government. So what they gonna do?
Right.
Come take all our shit. Not until we got the power to tell you what currency is. You ain't in no position to be talking about taking a damn thing. Shit, we gotta give us the licenses and the land, and we gotta go over here and make sure, Trump ain't gonna get upset if we fly too many red, black, and green flags, and that's the rules and regulations. We can have Mississippi, but we don't want to see nothing worse than Marcus Garvey.
I think that's the point. I think that's the point for the revolutionary, is to push these motherfuckers into a fight. Push these motherfuckers so bad when they say, damn it, and they just can't take it no more. But you were dropping, let me say this too. Let me say this, man. Shouts out to SVDL, Solar Division Debate League. Its debaters never send a shout out to his commissioner. So that shouts out as a debate in the league, my endorsing the league and all its debaters. Now, on to personal. My man was robbed. My man was fucking robbed.
Shit.
Here we go.
Here we go.
The post-debate show where I can figure out what the fuck happened with the scoring. Oh, man, come on. Boo.
Oh, shit. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Shit.
That's on the personal note. You know, still support the league. You know, I'm hoping what it is just a matter of the new judges working out the kinks. You know, getting there.
Yeah, how long we gotta wait for the kinks to be worked out? How long we gotta wait for the kinks to be worked out, brother? Because the deadline for the goddamn playoffs is April. How long we gotta wait for the kinks to work out, brother?
Well, we shall see after the post-debate show.
Okay.
I'm sure a few people have some things to say.
Morning. Assalamu alaikum. Abaragani. All that kind of good stuff. Uh-oh, I think I got it. Can you unmute yourself, Brother Taalik? Trying to unmute you. I can't unmute you.
You hear me?
Okay, there you go.
All right. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of it's kind of a little staticky, but I can hear you though.
Well, I can't control that. We're gonna have to work with what we got.
But hey, listen, I just want to say a few words because I ain't got too long before I have to go do what I got to do. But yeah, I heard that. I also saw a couple of times the video as well prior to hearing throughout what was said just now, and I'm gonna just say this here. You know, dealing with the issue of sellouts, you know, that's always gonna happen. That's gonna happen in any nation, any community, as well as in any so-called race. Or culture. That's gonna happen. That's something that no one can avoid. Even during the time of the American Revolution, you know, when the Caucasian colonists over here were fighting against the British for their independence, you had sellouts among them.
Right.
And one was Benedict Arnold. If you ever heard of Benedict Arnold,
the most famous.
Go look him up. Yeah, the most famous one. But you had sellouts, okay, and also you had sellouts during the Iraq War, where the Iraqis sold their own people out. Okay, you had you still got sellouts. I mean, look over in Asia. You know, you got the Taiwan, the Taiwanese selling out the Chinese, which is a part of their culture. You know, they still the same people. Okay, the same thing with the people in Hong Kong. They selling out China. Okay, it's the same thing. In every culture you gonna find this. But the thing is that we need to understand that we cannot let that deter us from doing what we got to do. Okay, in the process of where we at with the Operation Exodus Mississippi campaign, even if we do come in contention with those who are trying to sell us out on that note, then we're aware about dealing with that when that bridge crosses itself. You know what I'm saying? We're worried about dealing with that. And trust me, this time, we're not going to let them get away. See, that's the difference. We're not going to let the sellouts get away like our ancestors did during these previous movements, like during the civil rights movement, for an example. You know, we're not going to let them get away. We're gonna hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question before you continue? Not to break your concentration. Because when we say sellout and traitor, what would qualify a person to fit that criteria?
Okay, what I'm saying, I'm talking about those who take trinkets from the enemy. You know what I'm saying? To, you know, sell their people under the bus. Those type of people. I'm talking about people that cooperate with the government, like those who infiltrated organizations back in the 60s. Mm-hmm. In the case of the Black Panther Party and Nation Islam and so forth and on. We're talking about those type of people. We're talking about those agitators who, like that Grandmaster J character, who's on federal trial right now. You know what I'm saying? For multiple offenses that he allegedly committed. Okay, you know, dragging our people down. You know what I'm saying? Why they're actually really working with the enemy in disguise. You know what I'm saying? Because he was also a Trump supporter too, for those who did not know that. Okay, them the type of people I'm talking about. Okay. And but moving along, I just want to say that we cannot let that hold us back. We got too much, you know, aggression coming at us from all angles that we're at the point of being exterminated. We're at that point right now. We can't wait around and see who's going to be a so-called sellout or who's going to be with us. What we got to do. You know what I'm saying? Just like any other, you know, ethnicity would do when it comes to fighting for their true liberation from an oppressor. I mean, look at the Syrians. They didn't wait to see who was.
Okay, look like we're having technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on. We're looking good on my end, on my side. Okay. Totally dropped off. Give him a minute to come back. Want to thank everybody for joining us this afternoon. I just want to respond to some of the comments that was had during this exchange. Here we go.
Okay, let me get done finishing up my point. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so you know, that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to push forward no matter what. You know, and I understood both sides. You know what I'm saying? Despite what I disagreed with myself personally from what I heard, but I heard out both sides of the end. But at the same time, we cannot worry about who's going to come and help the enemy to deter us. If we got to fight them at the same time, like we got to deal with the enemy, within that's just going to have to be. You know, many accounts around the world when it came to any type of liberation struggle from an oppressor, that no one depended on waiting to see who was going to be internally working with the enemy. You see what I'm saying? From inside. You don't see the Chinese doing it. You don't see the Japanese doing it. You don't see the Irish doing it. You don't see the Russians doing it. You don't see the Ukrainians doing it. You know what I'm saying? You don't see the Syrians doing it. You know, you don't see the Iraqis doing it. You don't see the Iranians do it. They just keep going forward. You know, you didn't see them doing it in South and Central America. You know, during the time when the U.S. was destroying governments and nations down there, and that part of the Western Hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see none of that going on amongst them ethnicities. They fought. You know what I'm saying? They died regardless, even if that's what it took. And even if they had to deal with some internal enemy within the ranks of their ethnicities, they dealt with them, and they dealt with them swiftly, and they dealt with them severely, even if that was necessary. You see what I'm saying? But we can't worry about that. We just got to just take action right now. It's too much, you know, people talking on social media about, well, we got to watch out for the provocateurs and all that. We got to watch out for, we got to watch out for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we got to watch out for ourselves, because we don't know we gonna flip the script, and that's just the reality of it. We may be honest with the struggle, you know what I'm saying? And then 1 minute we might not be honest and true with the struggle when it comes to the honesty within ourselves. Sometimes I've had to question my own honest integrity when it comes to the liberation of our people. Okay, so I mean, it is what it is. We cannot worry about that. We got to move forward. We got to move forward, and when we move forward, then when we get across the finish line, like in the case of taking control of a state like Mississippi, so that we can have a real solid protective haven foundation behind us, and not no little tiddly bit stuff like what them brothers and sisters doing in Georgia, buying up a little piece of land and thinking that's just gonna suffice us to get away from racism and mass incarceration and racial profiling and, you know, housing discrimination and mass incarceration and, you know, police brutality and all this other stuff. You know, we have a state behind us, and then once we get a state behind us, then we could worry about all that other stuff of how we could perfect the, or on how we could even more effectively deal with those that are internally among us in our ranks who are trying to destabilize our progress toward liberation. See, we don't have time to worry about that while these race soldiers blowing our head off because they see the nigger word. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, taking our babies and killing them. You know what I'm saying? Or and taking our women, you know, and killing them off, or making them go missing, like you see many soul sisters in this country today missing, and ain't nothing being done about it, like it is when Amy or Rebekkah, you know, come up missing. You don't see them posting too many missing bulletins on the wall when it come to our sisters like that. See, that's stuff that we got to also worry about dealing with once we get across the finish line. But until then, while we sit up under this racist, repressive system, like we continue to do, depending on them to do everything, and hopes that some real change will come for us as a people in this country, then we're going to remain getting what we get. I mean, look, some of us voted for Joe Biden. I even voted for Joe Biden just to get that racist ass Trump up out of office. But you know what? Now it's a lot of our people waking up saying, no, we're not going to vote for Democrats. We don't even want to have nothing to do with Democrats because Joe Biden and them sitting on their ass ain't doing nothing to pass no legislations that's going to make our sojourn here in this country more smoother than what it is right now. All the promises he made to soul black people, and he hasn't even executed not one yet. But he's, steady passed the money bag over to people like Native American Indians and Latinos, and continues to lead the LGBT community, just like Obama did, who he was vice president under. You see what I'm saying? But we ain't getting not one dime. They ain't even passed the George Floyd Act, and now they still talking about this voting rights crap, which we shouldn't even be talking about in 2022. That should have been done in the 60s when they passed the civil rights legislation in 65. See? So, I mean, we backwards. We got to speed up quickly. You know what I'm saying? Because right now we in a serious situation as a people to where if we do not wake up and understand this, we're going to be just like them Jews you saw during the period of Nazi Germany under Hitler, being probably hard off the concentration camps. Hey, even sent off to Africa somewhere. I mean, they got the resources and power to do that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We are in their hands. They the ones with the power while we at their mercy, see? And we ain't trying nothing to do nothing to get out that position. What if something really happened in this country? Let's say if Russia or China was able to come over here and take control of this country through war, you think they just gonna look at us and say, well, they black, they ain't got nothing to do with this, we're gonna just leave them alone, when it comes to oppression or how they gonna regulate things in this country? That just simply ain't how things work. We're still American. In their eyes, we're still Americans. Though, yeah, we don't control nothing over here, but we're still American. So, y'all waiting on the so-called decline of the Caucasian to happen. Let's say if Mexicans took over, it'll be the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, we got to take our own freedom. That's just the bottom line. We got to take our own freedom. This is just the reality of the whole situation. We are in a time right now where anything can happen in this country, and we steady running around here, going to the club, making it rain, waving our hand like we just don't care, partying, drinking, smoking weed, smoking crack, smoking your Black and Milds, doing your heroin, which they call that dog or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or but we sitting up around here, and we just twisted mentally. And it's becoming more to the point, like I said before, I think I said recently in another live podcast that it's a lot of us committing suicide at a very high rate, more than ever than in our history of soul people in this country. We never had a generation where, we saw among us as a group of people that was committing suicide at a very high rate. It's never happened like that because we do not know how to deal with racism. And the best thing to do is when it comes to dealing with that is taking our own destiny into our own hands to uplift ourselves from under that and stop waiting on others to do it, because it's not going to happen like that. Martin Luther King Jr. even saw that at the end of his life, that he had made a mistake believing that. So, we need to understand and wake up and realize that we have to take our own destiny into our own hands and stop playing games or just simply die. Just be a slave forever and simply die, because that's just the position that we're in, people. I like I said, I understand that our people want, liberation, and they got their own way of looking at how they want liberation. I understand that, but we cannot wait. We got to do something. However it works, even if the Mississippi campaign don't work, if if something else work, even if it work in religion, come on, let's make it happen. Whatever get the job done, let's make it happen. That's where we at. And the reason I also made that point, because them Syrians didn't wait around to see if the United States was going to help them get up out of danger, or to see if Europe was going to help them get out of danger. They got together, they got on boats, crossed that Mediterranean Sea, even though they took life and death chances doing it, but they was trying to get away from oppression. That's, in one whole nutshell, that's a similar situation that we find ourselves in as soul Black people in this country. It's that we got to do whatever it takes by any means necessary, like Malcolm X would say. We got to do whatever it takes. And that's just that simple. If it take us, you know what I'm saying, taking control of not just only Mississippi, but Alabama and a few other states, to where we could eventually end up, like someone say, having our own territory to ourselves, then so be it. But we can't wait around to see who's going to be, on our side, or who's going to be on the side of the enemy. We cannot depend on that. We just got to deal with that as we go along. That's the type of situation that we're in right now. I want to say one more thing before I close out, because I got to go do something. And if y'all see me, when y'all see me getting, leaving out the podcast, then y'all understand why, and I may be back before the live is over with. I don't know. I can't promise you that. But however, I just want to say that truly, I am sick and tired of soul Black people. I really am sick and tired of soul Black people. But the only thing that's holding me here, as far as wanting to see something better happen for us, because I made a decision a long time ago to be a part of this struggle. And so it ain't no use in me bagging out, because if I bag out, then that means I don't stand for nothing. I fall for anything, and I'm not willing to fall for anything. But I am sick and tired of Black people. I was walking around just recently one day thinking, all the stuff that people like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the Deacons of Defense, Jamil El-Amin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, free that brother. People like even George Jackson. Okay. His brother Jonathan Jackson, Huey P. Newton. I mean, the list could go on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you could, you know, when I think about what I'm going through personally and my own journey, and even in this struggle for our liberation as a people, and how it seems like the more you try to do right by your own people, the more harder they come against you, even if it's on smaller, petty levels in life. It's the harder they come against you. And you don't even necessarily have to do nothing to cause that, but it just seems like, you know, the more you try to stand by your people on the righteous side of things, it's the more harder they come at you. And I could imagine how people like those who I just named felt, even Fannie Lou Hamer. May she rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? I could really, really feel now how they felt. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them want to give up and say to hell with it. Look at our black political prisoners like Mumia Abu-Jamal, Santiago Kali, that's still languishing away in this repressive system called the prison complex industry in America. You see what I'm saying? Look at what they're going through. You know, people have just simply forgotten. You know what I'm saying? But these people tried to stand right behind you. But while you giving your money to people like Farrakhan and Creflo Dollar and them that don't give a damn about you. But you letting these people who really want to see us free from the oppressor just languish away in prison. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, on other levels, you know, I mean, this is the reason why I learned in life that it's true to, as they say, to keep your circle small. That's very necessary in a time like this. Because in fact, you don't know who to trust, but you still can't stop that from, pursuing liberation for your people in the best way you can and know how. You know what I'm saying? Because like somebody say, you can only try to do the best you can. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing the best I can on my end. But at the same time, I'm tired of soul black people. I really am. Even the little few I encounter here in the area I live in geographically, I feel that same way. I'm just tired of them. I mean, here it is, of people you trying to free, but they looking at you like they want to attack you or kill you because they don't like what they see in the mirror. You see what I'm saying? And it gets sickening. You know, you even try to be cordial, diplomatic with them, you know, in many positive ways. And they still act like something wrong with you, or they can't understand that you just want to be their brother or sister. You see what I'm saying? And on this journey, you know, this is why I say sometimes it's best to just love your people and to help your people from a distance. And this is why we at Operation Exodus Mississippi say we don't necessarily have to go to Mississippi. We just got to put the ideal out there. And those that's already down there, you know what I'm saying, can act on it. And then once they act on it, to the point to where we see where it's conducive enough for us to go to Mississippi and help lead the charge thoroughly toward our liberation, then that's when we could go to Mississippi. But we just putting the ideal out there. And I'm sure there are those in Mississippi who have heard this ideal that we presented, you know, for almost the last 4 years, going on the last 4 years. And yet, things still remain the same, obviously. So, you know, I mean, but hey, like I said before, you know, we just have to understand and realize that, you know, we're going to have disagreements, and that don't mean that we got to hate each other because we have disagreements. That don't mean we got to even dislike each other because we have disagreements and our opinions about certain things, you know, because that's just going to happen. We just got to overcome those, put those emotions to the side and realize that we have one common thing in front of us, and that's to obtain freedom, because freedom and power is something that we don't have as a people, and that's just the reality of it. And with that said, I'm going to peacefully bow out.
All right.
And yield the mic to our number one soul brother, Angel Snup Snup Sevens, who I thank for letting me come on this panel to speak today. And like I said, when I chime off, if I chime back in, then cool. If I don't, I'll watch the rest of the video. And peace and respect to everyone. Thank you.
Peace. We want to thank Brother Taalik for bringing us a message that is both inspirational and positive in regards and response to what we heard earlier from our sister Nandi and Yanga and Black Sun and all those on that platform. And I want to say that our response or reply to those words is just that, because we have a right to our opinion, and having a difference of opinion should not interfere with the number one priority, whereas whatever I can do to help you, I should be able to do that as long as it does not conflict with my religion, as they would say in the Nation of Islam. When I was in the Nation of Islam, we was taught to respect the laws of this nation as long as it does not conflict with your religion. So there are many things that I could help brothers and sisters as long as it does not conflict with my religion. However, in our case, when we don't agree with somebody, we don't like them, we're not going to help them do nothing. And we damn sure don't want them to be successful because it'll make us look bad. That's the bottom line. You don't want to help Operation Exodus Mississippi. You don't want to discuss. You don't want to have nothing to do with it because you are afraid that Angel Snup Snup 7, that this ideology, this plan, and this vision will work. And you don't want it to work because if Operation Exodus Mississippi works, it makes you look bad. That's the problem we have here. Many of these ideologies, many of these strategies have been around over 100 years. They never talk about that. This mindset and these strategies been around for 100 years. And where has it gotten us? If you are a child and somebody give you a square peg and there's a round hole, how long are you going to keep trying to put that square peg in the round hole? I actually have seen children banging and trying to. No, I remember when I was little, I didn't even have to try it. I automatically could see that this square peg is not going to go into this round hole. I didn't even try, just by looking. Hey, that ain't gonna work. But some of us, we like little children, we got to keep bang, bang. That's why you said bang on the beast, bang on the white man, bang, bang, bang. And there's another bang, bang y'all like to do. Bang, bang, bang. You can't get your mind off your genitalia between your legs. Bang, bang, bang. I want to thank Brother Taalik for his words. This live stream might go a little while, so I hope that you can bear with me. I took some notes listening to our brother and sister's words, and I want to reply to the discussion or the conversation. It was in February of 2018. I was on the phone. We was talking, myself and Brother Taalik. And I was saying to myself, why can't we take over a state, take control of a state? If we had proper leadership, this should have been done a long time ago. And then we began to explore that vision. And we talked about the state of Mississippi. And that's where the Mississippi campaign was born, 2018. And Brother Taalik told me, you should put it out there. Let's see what the people got to say. And that's what we decided to do, was bring this to the people. And so what I've done, because I know this is an emergency. This is an emergency. And some of us think we have all the time in the world, but we don't. So this is an emergency. Also, when you're talking about taking control of a state, that's something really, really large and big. So I reached out to the Nation of Islam. Never got a reply. But I put the DVD in the mail, and I went to the post office. And the post office only had brothers and sisters in the post office. And I went to the post office so I could see how much it would cost in postage to send my package. And the brother just kept looking at me, and he looked at the package. And he said, hey, excuse me, sir. I noticed that your package is going to Minister Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan. I said, yes, sir. He said, I'm just being nosy. Why are you trying to contact Minister Farrakhan? And I told him about this vision that we call Mississippi Campaign. And he was like, that sounds cool. And he called the other employees in the post office, and they sat there and listened to me while I explained what the Mississippi campaign was about. And my package is about asking Minister Farrakhan for help, his advice on how to get this off the ground. Now, the average, these brothers and sisters, just the ordinary brother and sister on the street, they working in the post office. Now, they told me, excellent idea. Let's see if we can get that done. This is what the employees, all of them in the post office. Then I sent an email to Brother Maurice Muhammad. Shout out to Brother Maurice Muhammad and the initiative and those who are helping Brother Maurice do what he feels needs to be done. I sent an email to Brother Maurice, and it didn't take Brother Maurice no time. Let's do this. So I'm getting good vibes. Brother Maurice, of whom I didn't expect, because I thought that he was on board in support of Nation of Islam and what they are currently doing and whatever. But Brother Maurice, like, this is dynamite. He was excited. And then we began to talk about how we need to put this Mississippi campaign together. And he became more and more excited about the possibility and the benefits of having a safe haven state, a sanctuary state. Now, we began to present it to the blackity black, the Pan-African blackity black, those type of folks, that type of mindset. This is where we start having problems. That's a pipe dream. Because the Mississippi campaign has nothing to do, and we do not talk about the blackity black. This is for the black people and the blackity black and the Pan-Africans, and that's not what the Mississippi campaign is about. And so, since we are not talking about Black Power family, hotel, there's a problem with the Mississippi campaign. And when they make reference to the Mississippi campaign, they say, that's Angel Snuffing Up 7 plan. That belonged to me. No, it don't belong to me. That's Angel Snuffing Up 7 plan. That belonged to you. That's your stuff. No. The Mississippi campaign is nothing but a modernized, up-to-date version of what our ancestors was doing in the South after the Civil War. Had it not been, even according to Charles Blow, who wrote the book, The Devil You Know, a Black Power Manifesto. Now, mind you, they might make reference to Charles Blow because in his book, he talks about Black Power. Did you read the book by Charles Blow? Now, mind you, we have been talking about this since 2018. Who's to say that Charles Blow did not see one of our videos and he did his research and came up with his own conclusions? And if you read the book by Brother Charles Blow, it's very, very similar. But we did, and we did, and we said we was talking about the importance of the state of Mississippi. In 2018, Charles Blow was talking about the historical reference, how important Mississippi was to the South, even back after the Civil War. But the black power folks, they can listen to him because he's including the blackity black, the black power stuff, the Black Power Manifesto. Now, mind you, they're not going to do nothing to make his vision come true. They're not doing anything to even make their own vision come true. It's not my plan. And you talk about your ancestors. Oh, credit to the ancestors. These are our ancestors. Some of them are still alive today. And this is what they were doing. You make mockery of Angel Snuffing Up 7. You're making mockery of what your ancestors was doing as a free people. They are free, and they were making moves in this country because they were free. Creating businesses, taking care of themselves, seeking political offices. They were doing their thing. This is why it was important for the racists to create the Ku Klux Klan. This is why it was important for those people, those political leaders in the South, to create laws to hinder our ancestors' progress. Either they hindered their progress through law in the South, or through terrorism, they forced a lot of our ancestors to leave the South, to break up the progress. Because had they been left alone, there would be no need for a Mississippi campaign, because our people would already be in these positions, in control of these states. And they knew this, and they had to stop it. But you're telling me that it's a pipe dream. It's bull doo-doo. But the racists did not think that. And they were using the same laws. They were using the same tools that they had that was available to them in order for them to progress. Everything our ancestors was doing was legal and lawful. It was the racist government and the racist people that hindered their progress and their success. It's a pipe dream. And you talk about the ancestors. You keep telling me about Africa. You don't know nobody in no damn Africa. You don't know nobody in no damn Kemet. You put down your own ancestors here, your own biological grandmothers and grandfathers and relatives that's living that you know here. And you raise up dead ass people and people you don't know in Africa and some Kemet, and you pump up your chest. And the ancestors that's alive and dead here that we know, you look at them like they stink. Some of these suckers make mockery of Black History Month. Because I believe originally it was Negro History Week. And it had nothing to do with no connection to Africa. They added a connection to Africa when we got involved in all this blackity black Pan-Africanism, fabrication, manufacture stuff. And that's why you don't like Angel Snuffing Up 7. Because I'm loyal to the African American. I'm loyal to the Black people. I'm loyal to soul brothers and sisters. We come first. The now. I'm not talking about no Aboriginal from 400 years ago or somebody from Kemet or I'm talking about us now. This is who I'm loyal to. The now. Kevin ain't did nothing for me or mine. Africa ain't doing nothing for me and mine. The only one who would do for me and mine is mine, or I get nothing at all. These people ignore their 100-year blackity-black Pan-African history. That was a failure. It's filled with failure and incompetence. They want you just to ignore that. Their minds is not open to strategy. You can be a Muslim, you can be a Moor, you can be a Christian, you can be a Pan-African, you can be whatever the hell you want to. But your mind should be open to new strategy, because the number one priority is your liberation and what is in the best interest of yourself and your future generation. You don't give a damn about your children. You only care about what you want and yourself. And you damn sure don't give a damn about black folks. So, brothers and sisters, you don't give a damn. It's about what I want, what you see. Every Christian wants everybody on the earth to be Christians. Every Muslim wants everybody on the earth to be Muslims. All the Pan-Africans want everybody on the earth to be a Pan-African. That's not life. That's abnormal. When you look at blackbirds, there's more than one kind of blackbird. And when you look at birds, it's all kinds of birds. Life is about diversity. Life is about variety. Death is about decomposition. Death means you don't move. Death means there is no life. Because life is variety. Life is numerous. Life is ever evolving. You cannot have life stuck in one spot. Life is activity. Death is standing still. When you drive your car and come to a dead stop, that means your car don't go. You stop. That's it. Some of y'all, you do the rolling stop. There's no such thing as a rolling stop. Either you stop or you're moving. Stop means stop. This is stop. This is a rolling stop. No such thing. That's movement. So when you study the 100-year history of this black mindset, the Black Power Manifesto mindset, is it alive or is it dead? Just because you talk about it every day don't make it alive. Life means movement. And you have all these people, thousands, it's thousands of these people. They don't move. Marcus Garvey is supposed to be the father of the Pan-African movement. They will brag and tell you Marcus Garvey had 2 to 6 million members. Where are they now? You had 2 to 6 million members in the 30s. Where are they now? And actually, what did they do in the 1930s except be a member and invest in some broken down ass ships? That's the reality of it. I know you get caught up in the hype, in the entertainment of stuff. And there's a lot of other facts that came out about Marcus Garvey and they want to ignore. There's a lot of things that come out about many of our people and we just ignore. I'm not here to make mockery. I'm not here to make fun of nobody. This is why it's called history, so that we can learn from the past, so that we don't so that we don't fall in the same potholes that they fell in. Y'all all right? I got a lot of notes here we need to cover. Again, your mind has to be open. I don't care what your core belief is. Your mind needs to be open. Your mind needs to be flexible and open to new strategy when you see that you cannot put a square peg in a round hole. No matter how much, I like this square peg because it's green. It's red, black, and green. I'm gonna make it go into this. I don't care if it's red, black, and green. It's not gonna go into that round hole. Okay, let's stop that. Okay. The Mississippi campaign, whether you know it or not, we are soul. We are black. But it's just like using the reference to Bruce Lee. What is your Jeet Kune Do, Bruce? What's my fighting style? You could say it's the art of fighting without fighting. What the art of fighting without fighting? What the hell is that? What is the Mississippi campaign? What is the Reality's Temple on Earth? It's black power without being black power. What the hell is that? What do you mean by that? See that? But these are the intellectual people. These are the scholars. These are the intellectuals, and they don't understand the art of fighting without fighting. We're pro-black. We're pan-African without being pro-black and pan-African. We're black Muslim without being black Muslim. We are Christians without being Christian. What the hell are you talking about? They can't grasp the concept. Can't grasp the concept. So look, Jeet Kune Do in the world of martial arts was unorthodox. What the hell is a Jeet Kune Do? See, Bruce Lee wasn't. Woo! Bruce Lee was new. And all these other forms of martial arts was old, traditional. And the old heads and those loyal to tradition and to the old didn't understand what Bruce Lee was coming from. But Bruce Lee came up with Jeet Kune Do because he studied the old. And he found out, he saw the flaws and the errors of the old. And Bruce Lee never talked and made mockery of the old. He said, look, this is how we can make it better. Woo, man. Angel Snub 7 is telling you this is what we need to do to succeed. I'm not telling you that Pan-Africanism is bad. I'm not telling you being a Hebrew Israelite is bad. I'm not telling you these things that it's bad. I'm telling us and bringing a vision to add on so that we can win. What was it that the Jesus said? I'm not here to tell y'all not to degrade Moses and all the prophets. I'm coming here to tell you what they said that God gave them was valid, and I'm going to add to it. That's what we're doing here. We're adding to it so that we can win. Jesus is adding on to it so that you can go to heaven. Yeah, are you getting it? Do you understand it? Because we are some hard-headed folks. Elijah Muhammad said we are easy to lead in the wrong direction, hard as hell to lead in the right direction. I think you get it, because I have confidence in you. You're smart. Some of us, we just don't want to give up our old ways. There's people my age that don't like the cell phones. They don't like computers. You don't hardly see a lot of people 45, 50, 55, 60. They don't mess with the internet like that. They still live in the past. They don't want to know. I don't want to work this phone. This phone look crazy. They still want to do the rotary phone, or they still want to call the operator. Megan 151. Can you give me Megan? That world is dead. It's gone. We are the Bruce Lee of Black conscious. That's what we are. That's what we are. We're the Bruce Lee of Black conscious because we're unorthodox and we're not traditional. This mindset that these people, 5,000 years old, 100 years old, traditional stuff. I remember there was a scene in Shaka Zulu, and Shaka was taking control of the tribe. And the elder told him, I pray my ancestors guide us, and blah, 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 something about the ancestors. And Shaka told him, what you have here will never be seen again. It's over. That was that time. That was their time. And it did not work for them. They had a little success and they did the best they could, but it did not work. If it worked for them, we wouldn't be here the way we are right now. It didn't work. So we got to figure out, like Bruce Lee, when Bruce Lee studied these other art forms, well, you could punch this way and you could do this that way. And of course, they tried Bruce Lee. Every time you turn around, somebody want to fight Bruce Lee, because how can this new guy challenge the old? But remember, at one time, all these old traditional styles and beliefs, they was new too at one time. Everything has to have a beginning. They was new too. And I can guarantee you, there was somebody, I don't like that. We've been doing this for the last 1,000 years. So I'm not frustrated. I'm disappointed because I thought that in 2022, I thought we were smarter. I'm disappointed because we don't have the time. You're wasting resources and you're wasting time, and it already might be too late. But we're going to keep talking and we're going to keep moving and grooving until, with no doubt, your time is over. And you're going to say, damn, we should have listened to that snub-nut guy. Because I have been influenced by all these different ideologies for years. And I've sat back in the cut. This stuff is not working. I'm looking at the Pan-Africans. It's not working. I was in the Nation of Islam. It's not working. It makes you emotional and it sounds good, but it's not bringing you no substance so that you can create your heaven, not in the sky, but on earth right here. It's not working. there was a basketball player, Larry Bird. Some of you may have heard of Larry Bird. Larry Bird came to the NBA and he was unorthodox. Larry Bird was a farm boy and he taught himself how to play basketball. So he did not have a traditional teacher. He didn't have nobody to tell him, well, see, you need to hold the ball like this and arch your arm like this, and that's how you shoot the ball and blah, blah, blah. That's not how Larry Bird came up. So when Larry Bird made it to the NBA, it was very difficult for those people to stop Larry Bird because he's unorthodox. Dribbling style, the way he shoot. Go on YouTube and watch Larry Bird. Larry Bird was unorthodox. Anybody would tell you that when you are unorthodox, you have an advantage over those who are practicing traditional form. In baseball, people are used to folks throwing the ball with the right hand, but what if you could throw with your left? What if you could throw the basketball, that baseball with your left hand? It throws the person off. In boxing, I believe it's called southpaw, something like that. When you're able to lead with your left instead of your right, you mess people up. That's sort of like taking people by surprise because we used to tradition. And it takes people off guard when you are not traditional. Now, I'm older now, and I always loved basketball, but I never was trained how to play basketball. Guess how I learned how to play basketball? You'll never guess. I learned how to dribble a basketball and shoot a basketball with a tennis ball. That's how I learned how to dribble. That's how I learned how to shoot with a tennis ball. Now you know how small a tennis ball is. And a tennis ball is not a basketball. And what I would do, I would dribble the tennis ball. And I did not have a real basketball rim. Back in the day, you could buy coffee in 5-pound containers. I believe it's 4 pounds now. They shrunk the coffee can. But when I was growing up, it was 5-pound coffee cans. I would cut the ends out and nail it to a tree and shoot the tennis ball into the coffee can. And the backboard was the tree. That's how I learned how to play dribble and shoot basketball. And when I started playing basketball with all the other children, and as I grew older, my dribbling style was awkward. And they thought how I was shooting the ball. Look, I was so good with the tennis ball. I used to do hook shots and make it with a tennis ball into a coffee can. That's how accurate I was. And when I was growing up, what's his name? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was still playing for the LA Lakers. And I used to love how he'd do that sky hook. And I used to take the tennis ball and do the sky hook into a coffee can. So it was sort of awkward when I got a real basketball. The same principle. I learned how to balance. It was the same principle. I was doing that sky hook. That was my main shot when I first learned how to play basketball, was that sky hook. Because I couldn't dribble that well, so I just did the sky hook. I was killing them. I need to pat myself on the shoulder. I was killing those guys. That ain't how you shoot a ball. Look, as long as I put that basketball through the hoop, it don't make no difference how it's done, as long as it's legal. That's all myself and Larry Bird, we put that basketball through that hoop. And the more I played, my dribbling got better. And then I start shooting better. It's killing them guys. I wish I could find some of them brothers and even some of those sisters that I played against. They'll tell you. I used to get called Michael Jordan. I used to get called Michael Jordan and Spud Webb. Spud Webb was popular back in the day. I'll run you to death. Shoot and run you to death. I love going up and down that court. Shoot. Yep, put that headband on so the sweat don't get in your eyes. Pow! It was difficult to stop me because I'm unorthodox. When you're unorthodox, when you do something outside of tradition, it's hard to stop. So what are you? I'm outside of tradition. The blackity black, Pan-African, the black nationalist mindset, they're not open to new ideas and new strategy, a way of winning the game. That's not how you shoot the ball. Marcus Garvey wouldn't have done that. That ain't what Malcolm would have done. You don't know what Marcus Garvey would have done or Malcolm would have done because they're not here. And so they cannot tell you whether or not they would embrace, you cannot say whether or not they would or would not embrace what we call the Mississippi Campaign. You don't know that. You only know your own prejudice and your own inability to embrace new vision and new mindset. Because you think this is what a dead man would do. Marcus Garvey, he's dead. So it's based upon what you will and won't do. It's not based upon Marcus Garvey or Malcolm or Elijah Muhammad. It's based upon what you would do. They done what they done, and they're not here no more. I love the chat room. All the shorts I ever wore was always below the knee. I never wore those skimpy stuff. Matter of fact, I didn't even like when my socks fell down. If my socks start falling down, I have to get a new pair. I didn't want my legs showing like that. I always was modest type of person. I never liked showing off my goods. Okay. Man, I'm not even close. Let me see if I can get through this real quick. So, early in the conversation, we talked about Dr. King. And these have a problem with Dr. King. And when I was blackity black, Pan-African, black national, black revolutionary, when I was that, I had a problem with Dr. King too. And I apologize to Dr. King. If it was possible, I would apologize to him. And if you notice about Dr. King, no matter how bad the blackity black, no matter how bad they call him a coon and an Uncle Tom, if you notice about Dr. King, He never called them names back. He just did his work. Do my work. But see, you can do that when you're not doing any work. And Dr. King had more going on, whether you like it or not. He had more going on and was more organized and more together than the blackity black folks. They was too busy trying to They was too busy trying to outdo each other. I remember when Minister Farrakhan went to meet, he said that he went to meet the Black Panther Party, and he was giving Huey P. Newton and those brothers the credit for the work they done. And he came back and reported what he had done to Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad was upset. You don't give them no credit for nothing. I'm the man. They bow down to us. When you went there, you represent me. They supposed to bow down to me. I'm like, what? What the hell is this problem? See, that's y'all problem now. You want Angel Snuff 7 to bow to your wisdom, your scholarship. You don't look at your brothers and sisters as brothers and sisters and family. You look at them as slaves. You bow down to me. I'm smarter than you. I'm better than you. What was it that the Nation of Islam was doing better than the Black Panther Party? The Black Panther Party was giving the people free health care, free daycare, and free lunches and different things in the community. What was the Nation of Islam doing except taking? Will you buy a bean pie? And what you don't know about a lot of religious businesses like the Nation of Islam, a lot of those brothers and sisters in those businesses wasn't even getting a fair wage. They was working for almost nothing. Malcolm X was the one that put the Nation of Islam on the map, and they gave him nothing. He trusted them. He should have asked them, buy me this house, give me the title. But he trusted these folks, and then when they got mad, get out of our house. Malcolm X earned that house and a whole lot more. But this is the attitude and this is the mindset of the blackity black folk. This is how the black conscious community, this is how their mindset. This man made it possible for you to have everything that you got. And then when you get mad, I'm going to flag your channel. I'm going to slander your name. Your ideas is a pipe dream. Malcolm didn't do anything to these people. Your leader was the one who was sneaking around, getting young women pregnant. It's not Malcolm X's fault of how he reacted when he found all this up, because I thought I was following this holy and righteous man. How you gonna get angry at Malcolm for that? Because you're a damn slave. You're a loser. They get angry at Malcolm because Elijah Muhammad doing wrong. Get out of my house. But this is the Black Power Manifesto mindset. Absolutely, Brother Chris. Absolutely. And so, in the conversation, Brother Yanga is going to tell me and want to paint a picture to me Like Dr. King, the only thing Dr. King wanted to do was integrate and love white people. That's false. I grew up during that time. There was nobody in my neighborhood, in my community, in the 60s and 70s. Oh, Lord, I sure hope Dr. King do good. I sure wants to marry me a white man. I sure wants to marry me a white woman. I sure want to integrate with the white people. This is the narrative. When they talk about integration, this is the narrative they want you to believe, that the majority of our people I just love me some white man. I just love me some white people. The majority of our people just want to be the hell left alone. They just want to enjoy their damn life. And that's what the struggle was about. It was about simple justice. You blame Dr. King. It was the white man's media that turned it into an integration issue, because it was much easier to integrate the oppressed rather than separate. It would cost much less trouble. Also, if you really understood how the so-called Negro, the black people, American black people, was created, you would understand the reason why we behave and act the way that we do. But you don't know. There's a reason for this. Simply saying, just like your dog. You can beat your dog, abuse your dog, and then kick your dog out of the house, and your dog will come back, scratching on the door. Mellow, open the door, Mellow. Mellow. And that's how we was. If it wasn't for Jim Crow laws, if it wasn't for the law that the racists made, our ancestors would have been with them anyway. And as soon as there was an opening, they ran. A lot of them. Had nothing to do with Dr. King. It was already there. Because it's all that we ever known. Your dog come back to your house, no matter how you abused the dog, exploited the dog, he comes back to your house, not necessarily because I love Mero. Mero, I love you, Mero. The dog returns because it's survival instinct. That's all I know. So in 2022, you talking all this black nationalism stuff. They don't want to. The average brother and sister on the street, they don't want to hear that stuff. This is all they know. And you're too incompetent to create another glass of water. What did Elijah Muhammad tell Malcolm? You don't have to condemn a dirty glass. Just show the people, give the people a clean glass. Here you are making mockery of the Mississippi campaign, and you don't have a glass of water, dirty or clean. You have nothing to show the people. But you want them to embrace you and talk to you like you some big shot. You don't have a pot to piss in. Ain't nobody going to be impressed by your black. You ain't nothing but a church. All over social media, that's all you are, is a church, a church. Lordy, Lordy, black power. I'm a black revolutionary. Huh. What did I say, my people? Huh. 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 What did I say, my people? I'm a black revolutionary. I'm a black nationalist. Woo. I'm a black nationalist. You ain't nothing but a church. You ain't no different than a church. Raise money for your little tiddlywink programs or whatever y'all doing. Little tiddlywink stuff. You don't act and behave like a free people. and we got all our Black Power Pan-African preachers out there, and you find one that you like, a charismatic, articulate Muslim, or a charismatic Hebrew or Pan-African, and you start giving your money in charity. And just like any other church, don't produce nothing. You can't talk about T.D. Jakes. You can't talk about Joel Osteen or Dr. Joyce Meyer. You can't talk about none of these preachers because you ain't no damn different. You ain't nothing but a church. You call yourself a black nationalist. It's not going to happen in America while white people, while the people in power are in power. It's not going to never happen. You're not going to pick up a gun and try to take it. So you need to sit your black nationalist ass down, your black revolutionary ass down. You're not going to pick up a gun or any kind of weapon to take nothing from nobody. All thing you're going to do is go to church. That's all you're going to do is go to church. You're a black nationalist, go where the black nations is. There's a whole lot of black nations in Africa. Haiti is a black nation, right? Take your black nationalist ass, your black revolutionary ass, to a black nation. I want my own nation. You're too stupid and too incompetent to build your own nation. You've been talking this bullshit for 100 years, and you don't have a black nation. You don't have a neighborhood. You don't have a town. You don't have a city. You don't have nothing. I want my own nation. I want my own black nation. I want my own black nation. These black nationalists, black revolutionaries, you don't even have a neighborhood you control. Can you go to New York and go to a neighborhood and say, hey, man, the black nationalists, they control this territory? Can you go to Chicago? The black nationalists, they control that. The black revolutionary, you don't control a damn thing except running your punk ass mouth. And you have the nerve to talk about the Mississippi campaign. It's thousands of you. There's no thousands. I only have 10 subscribers. I only get 10 views. What's your problem? It's thousands of you blackity black type folks. You don't control it. Gangs have more sense than you do. Because you can go to Chicago or you can go to New York and the gangs will tell you, that's my territory. And they don't own nothing. You talk about the Mississippi campaign. But the gangs are claiming territory. They don't own nothing. You can go to New York, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Tucson, Arizona. You will find gangs and they will tell you, that's my territory. We run this. They don't own nothing. They don't have a title to nothing. That's my territory. So you are the blackity black. What do you control? What's your territory? A YouTube channel. That's your territory. Can y'all please like and subscribe? That's the only territory that you got. So they talk about Dr. King and they don't have nothing. Now, when Dr. King, all his activity, they want to tell me that Dr. King loved the white man so much. Who was he marching against? The Mexicans? The people from Afghanistan? The people from Brazil? Dr. King and his people was marching against white people. So clearly they was the enemy. Who killed Dr. King? I think it probably was white people. If the white people thought that he loved them, like you claim, why would the white people kill him? Why would they shield him? The white people firebombed Dr. King's house. I believe they also killed his mother. So you telling me that Dr. King loved the white folks? Well, he did say that. I love you. I understand. But he was copying somebody, this Gandhi guy. And we know about Gandhi. Some of us done our study. Gandhi wasn't the most peaceful, loving person either. Dr. King was trying to use Gandhi's strategy in the United States. That's not going to work, because you're not going to get the cooperation from the black people here like Gandhi got from his people over there, wherever the hell he was at. I don't keep it with this. Y'all the historians. I don't keep it with this stuff. I'm only concerned in the welfare and what's going on here. I'm not going on no solar debate club and debate stuff that don't have nothing to do with my situation to change this horrible situation that we find ourselves in. But even so, Dr. King was facing the enemy hand-to-hand combat. Well, ain't nothing hand-to-hand combat about somebody kicking your ass. So what was the blackity black folks doing? Nothing except making big speeches, getting your ass whooped, going to prison. That's what you was doing. And then when you go to prison, what do the blackity black folks do for you in prison? They do nothing for you. They don't give you no Roman noodles. They don't give you no Twinkie. Don't put no money on your books. Unless maybe you become famous, like the brother Taalik was talking about. I can't pronounce his name, but he's been there. Mumar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you famous like him, maybe you can get maybe they might send you put some Roman noodles on your books because you famous. But there's a lot of political prisoners. There's a lot of Africans. Remember when they firebombed in 1985? The Africa's house, John Africa and his people, Operation Move. A lot of them are in prison right now. Do you see these blackity black folks getting money and sending the political prisoners that's in prison Roman noodles or put something on their book? They don't get it. Even people like Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben died in a trifling nursing home. And then you had the blackity black folks come for a photo op. I'm here with Dr. Ben. How you doing, Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben died broke. This is how the blackity black community treats you. When you're no good to them anymore, they throw you out like used toilet paper. When I left the Nation of Islam, my brothers, they didn't give a damn about me no more. It's supposed to be my brother. They talk all this brotherhood stuff. But if they cannot use you, and that's why they don't like Angel Snub 7, because you're not gonna use me. If they cannot use you, they don't want nothing to do with you. They want you to praise them and kiss their ass and give them unearned credit for doing nothing. They want you to praise them for doing tiddlywink stuff. I opened up a lemonade stand. I got $1 billion business. If you got $1 billion business, it's 40 million brothers and sisters in this country. What do your $1 billion business, what do it do for 40 million people? You make mockery of Dr. King. King did what he could to the best of his ability, and he died for it. Leave that man alone. What you gonna die for? What you got? I used to think crazy like that too. I'm in no position to talk about nobody. I can't talk about Malcolm or Marcus Garvey or none of my predecessors. I can't do that.
People forget that he didn't want to become a leader at first.
Yeah. And he never asked to be a leader. Absolutely. Malcolm never asked to be a leader. Dr. King never asked to be a leader. They was 20-some-year-old people thrown into the limelight. They never asked. These suckers on YouTube, they want to be leaders because they looking at the praise and the money and the booty. Oh, please don't forget the booty. Don't forget the booty now. I got to give it. Got to give it. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Maybe I can get me some booty. And they make sure they don't cross the line to catch a bullet. Make sure they don't cross the line to end up in a jail cell. They run their mouth just enough. They know what line. Don't cross. Run your mouth and talk all that stuff all you want, but don't cross the line. Don't cross the line.
I just want to ask a question to the pro-black community out there, the black nationalists and the Pan-Africanists. Okay, and I know some of you don't agree nor subscribe to people like Farrakhan either, but let me ask you this. Why you think people like Louis Farrakhan, Salis Muhammad, Eric Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? Benjamin Crump, you know what I'm saying? Judge Mathis, all these other intellectual analyst speakers, Eric Dyson,
right?
Kwame Nkrumah, and all of them. Why you think they ain't took a bullet? Why you think they ain't caught a prison bit stint? You see what I'm saying? Because they don't pose no threats. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the list goes on. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that if they go beyond what they're saying and what they're doing to the point where them racists is gonna come and knock at their door and check in with them. You see what I'm saying? They know what's happening at that point. That's why they don't cross that line. So, and that's also why they ain't took a bullet. And the only reason that people like Dr. Malachi Z. York, which is your so-called most modern day leader in the pro-black conscious community, got a prison stint because he was actually a child pedophile, which can be proven with receipts. Okay. But the thing is that these people look, Dr. King is dead, whether you agree with him or not. Malcolm is dead, whether you agree with him or not. These men are dead. But what about the people that are living, who most of the so black community look up to for leadership in some way or form? You got massively those among the 40+ million so black people in America that look up to these type of people. Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, people taking your money, taking and ain't giving back. You know what I'm saying? What about why I don't hear those in the pro-black conscious community lambasting them or slandering their name in the ground? But these people ain't never took a bullet. Like I say, they ain't never got arrested or went to prison because they stood on the right side of black people. You see what I'm saying? So this is what I was saying earlier, is why our people are going backwards. As a matter of fact, I have to say we're going backwards more than where our people was at in 1850.
Yeah, hold that point, Brother Taalik. Let me see if I can wrap this up. Do this here, because I got a long way to go here, and I don't want to stay too long on one point. These people don't even get harassed. Look at us on YouTube. Over 100 channels terminated. For what? What did I do for 100 channels to be terminated? Right now, I got Sanetta and Nepal. I got Guy Nollywood Jr. stalking my channels. Right now. These people don't even get harassed. Let alone talk about go to prison or go to jail or get shot at. Look how we get harassed here on social media. And I have gotten the death threats. Now these people might get death threats now and then, but to my knowledge, ain't nobody really tried to hurt these folks.
You know, they don't even talk about Yahweh being Yahweh, the one that had to go to prison for racketeering and killing his own ex-followers who didn't want to follow his, bull doodoo any longer. They decided they didn't want to follow his bull doodoo any longer, so he decided to have contracts put out on him.
Right.
Hits put out on him. You see what I'm saying?
And he didn't make it so bad, Brother Taalik. According to the documentary that I saw, he was doing damn good.
Yeah, sure was.
Over $80 million enterprise.
Man, $200-something million.
They said it
last I heard.
Yeah, right. Over 200, because they was larger than the Nation of Islam was.
Yeah.
And they was in more than one state too, because they was in of course they was in Florida, but they had branched out to some other states too. But again, it goes back to how he was exploiting his followers, because when you have a business, the highest cost that you have is labor cost, and those people wasn't giving those people little or nothing. And unfortunately, our brother Taalik was a part of that type of stuff, got involved in some of these organizations, and the best he could get was a bowl of bean soup and a salad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What I'm laughing about, the only thing I got, I had to sleep on pickle barrels, and they gave me some burnt up beef. I would in no better position. Wow. I would feel shut. Look, when Brother Taalik came and he visited whatever, I would be so ashamed if he went home and said, hey, I went to visit Angel Snub 7, and the only thing I had was some toast and some milk. I would feel so embarrassed for people, and I know it's true. I would come on here, he's a liar. Taalik know he ate steak and shrimps, and I would feel so embarrassed, unless I don't have no choice. I said, look, Taalik, you can come here, but bro, I'm doing pretty bad. I got some cream of wheat cereal. That's the best we can do. I mean, that's all you can do. But we know that these guys give you a bowl of soup and some toast, and they live in high on the hog. They live in high on the hog. We got Z-Mad in the house. How you doing, Z-Mad? You remember Taalik Z-Mad, the young brother that was on the video with it.
Yeah.
Long time no see, but it's good to see you. Brother Z-Mad is in the house. But they've been flagging our channels. It's hard for people to keep up with me. Where you go? Because you go to the channel, it's gone. Then I'm here for a little while. Next thing I'm gone again. Like, damn, it's hard to keep up. What's going on? You know. But if you do a Google search and you put Angel Snub 7 in there, you're gonna find I'm gonna be somewhere around. I'm not gonna let these people run me nowhere. I'm not gonna quit. I'm just gonna have to find me another channel. And all you gotta do is put Angel Snub 7 in there, and I'll name the channel Angel Snub 7 or Reality's Temple, and you're gonna find me. I'm not going nowhere. I will go when death says so. I will go when I feel it's time to go. So we're glad to see Brother Z-Mad in the house. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who's watching right now. I want to thank everybody on Facebook. And, of course, everybody in the chat room, the Deacons of Reality and Mello. And, of course, my brother Taalik for joining me here on this live stream. And as I go through this, Brother Taalik, because they told me to take my time. So since I can take my time, when I make a point, if you want to come behind me, make it a little brief now, because I'm not going to stay on these points very long. And you follow behind me, and we can knock this out the box, because we want to hear what you have to say. So, but I don't like people talking against none of our people in the struggle, especially what they said. We shouldn't speak ill of the dead. So all our people, Fannie Lou Hamer, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Coretta Scott King, all our people, Dr. King Malcolm, I have nothing else. I'm not going to talk ill of the dead. Because the problem is not the dead. It's what you're going to do while you're alive. That's what's happening. Their struggle is over. Your and my struggle continues. And then, what have you done that can even compare to what they've done? Because even if they was alive, you know them. They don't know you. You are nobody. They don't know you. Who are you? They don't give. Do you think if Dr. King was here, he would give a damn about anything some of these wackos have to say? He wouldn't care. Dr. King didn't care about what people said to him when he was alive during his time. He didn't care about that. Dr. King was concentrated on his work and keeping it moving. So I got a lot of notes here, and we're gonna try to knock this out the box real quick. I don't want to stay too long. I don't do the 8-hour live streams. I don't do that. That's too long for me. I can't do it. We already almost at the 3-hour mark, and I'm gonna try to knock this out. Try to make it less than 5 hours. So my next point with Brother Yanga was he said that the white people are the natural enemy of the black man. Okay. I want to make 2 points. Well, we already know that we're enemies. We know that. But he used the adjective natural. And the noun is enemy. And the adjective describes the noun. Natural enemy of the black man or melanated people. In order to be a natural, to say that the white man or anybody is your natural enemy, is that you have to study this from the very beginning. How did this come about? Why is this? You have to study somebody in their natural environment. Because we know that white folks live in Europe, right? Okay, the white folks live in Europe. Okay, so now did the white man come to the melanated people, or did the melanated people go to the white man? Now, according to their own stories, they said the Moors was the ones who went to the Europeans to civilize them and bring them civilization or whatever. The Europeans was over there minding their own business, killing each other, tribal, doing their European thing. And here come these Moors with their crap. Should have left them people alone. But no, I'm going to civilize you because y'all savages, because I got water running in my house and you got to go to a lake and all that kind of good stuff. Then, according to their teachings, Nation of Islam teaching, again, the black man went to Europe and bothered these folks. So if the white man is the natural enemy to the black man, who started it? According to y'all thinking, according to y'all teaching, you went over there, took your happy ass over there to bother them, and you treated them like hell, and you forced your crap on them. And then when you taught them civilization, when you gave them technology, they outperformed you. They evolved faster than you. And they decided to give you the same favor that you gave them. They came out of Europe, kicked you in your ass, and call you uncivilized. That's your story, not my story. That's
hey, I basically tried to tell a brother that here locally, I don't even call him brother no more, but anyway, I tried to tell him that basically, and he looked at me like he wanted to knock my head off. He actually looked at me like he looked at me actually like he wanted to knock my head off or something. I was like Negro, please. Just went on about my business. You know, he act like he wanted to knock my head off though. Me and him don't speak to this day.
Wow.
One of the reasons, that's one of the reasons me and him don't even say nothing to each other when we cross each other's paths.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? See, these type of wacky teachings is what got us still stuck off in ignorance, worse than even in our ignorant state under Christianity, because or the other religious teachings, basic religious teachings, because how in the hell is you gonna keep blaming a white man, but yet you went and woke the beast up out of his slumber? You see what I'm saying?
According to your own story.
You know, right.
According to your story.
And then you're gonna turn around and say, well, it was a part of the prophecy. Really? Really? What prophecy?
Yeah, what prophecy?
What, shoot, our bondage was prophesied for our bondage to end after 400 years, but we still in bondage, right? Man, get out of here.
See, this is the reality of it. The reality is, especially under patriarchal civilization where men run things, this is what men do. You even see it in the animal kingdom. Males always fighting with other males for domination. I want to run stuff. And then males are always fighting for territories for their females. Well, in the animal kingdom, this is done for survival, because as a male, and I got all these other females under me, I have to make sure they have enough to eat. That's why it was done. And even among human beings, when you have your families and you putting stuff out, you got to have enough territory, you got to have enough resources to take care of your family. And when we graduated from hunters and gatherers into these civilizations, you're going to have to feed the people. So that means you got to have plenty of water. You got to have plenty of land to grow foods on for your cows and your chickens and things like that. And as you grow, your people need more, and your neighbors is in the way. And to my knowledge, ain't nobody went to their neighbor and said, you want to join the family? That's not how it went. You saw that they were small. You got your boys, and you went to your neighbors and you killed them. And you might save the females because you can make more babies with them, and you save the children, but you make sure you kill all the males. And in some situations, it was so vicious, they killed male, female, children, and everything, and wiped them out and took over the territory. That's what happens under patriarchal system. And the white man was doing no more than what they was doing in Africa or anywhere else on the world, in Asia. That's how men do things. They need more resources. I'm the top dog. I'm the top dog. So if it's me and 7 of my boys, and we need Taalib's room, hey, you know, I could come to you and say, Taalib, you know, we need your room, whatever. I could do that, but it's me and 7 boys. It's just Taalib by himself. What you gonna do with me and my 7 boys? We just slice your throat, kick you out, and take your room and go and keep rolling. That's what the men have been doing in history. That's the behavior of men. And so you upset because you got your ass whooped. But then you started the whole thing. According to your story, the Moors went and did this to the white folks, and because they didn't even know that you even existed. They was over there doing their own thing, whatever. According to Nation of Islam teaching, the black man, the melanated man, is the one who started the whole damn thing off. Matter of fact, according to your teachings, according to the white people are grafted people, and they come from the Africans or some kind of way. I don't know. But anyway, when it's all said and done, the real troublemaker is the melanated people, because you should have left them damn folks alone. You know, like if you go get a dog and make that dog a pet, then the dog bites you in your face. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? The dog was over there doing his own thing. Come here, Ruffy. Come here, Snuffy. Now, whose fault is it? You get the dog and try to make a pet out of him, and then the dog bites you and bite your face off. You want to kill the dog. It's your fault. Should have left that damn dog alone. Unless you eat dog, you shoot the dog and barbecue him and put some of that good sauce on him and some hot pepper sauce in it. Yeah. And if you ain't gonna do that, leave that damn dog alone. You know, I don't have no sympathy for people. You see these videos, a monkey done scratched and bit somebody's face off, an elephant that body slammed somebody and stumped them. You know, you should leave them animals alone. That's your fault. It's not their fault. Matter of fact, in this country, if our ancestors wasn't as docile, they would have stopped slavery, because ain't nobody gonna be running around here every time I turn around because you can't watch these people all the time like that. It's too labor consuming. You can't watch nobody like that. Every time you turn around, some slave and chopped your head off with a machete or something like that. They would have left the slavery thing alone, because it ain't worth it. But not us. Our ancestors, yes, sir, boss. What you want me? And remember, these people, they wasn't in chains. They only used chains during transportation or whatever. But those people in the fields didn't have no chains on them like that. They could, and they worked in the kitchen fixing these people food. Oh man, but they was docile. Yes, sir, boss. You know, they wasn't trying to poison them. They wasn't trying to cut their heads off. They was good. Just like y'all pro-black folks. Y'all talk about the house nigga. Y'all house niggas. You ain't no damn different than nobody else. You a house Negro too. You, yes, sir, boss. Yeah, I should show the boss. You ain't no damn different. Talk about the Uncle Tom. You ain't no damn different than they are. What make you different? You ain't dead.
Hey, I just wanted to point out something.
Yeah.
You know, every time I brought up the fact that we allow them to put us in slavery, you know what I'm saying, by opening up the doors for that to happen for us when we first started selling each other off. First of all, I just want to say this. The first excuse I get was, well, our people didn't have the weapon or artillery like the enemy had.
Mm-hmm.
Defend the enemies off of us. And this is why we stayed in slavery for hundreds of years. Wait a minute, hold up. Wasn't Napoleon's French military the most powerful military at the time when the Haitians kicked their ass in Haiti?
Mm.
Wasn't they the most powerful European military? Or matter of fact, the most powerful military that the world ever seen at that time?
Mm.
But them Haitians, you know what I'm saying, did what they had to do to get their independence. And they still suffering for it because they kicked most military's ass. One of the most powerful militaries in history under Napoleon Bonaparte was his name. I mean, even with the help of Spain and England, and I think even with the involvement, with some involvement coming from America, and they still couldn't do nothing with Toussaint Overture and General Dessalines, a small island nation like Haiti, kicked all these world powers' ass. All of them was world powers at the same time, and they kicked their ass. So you mean to tell me, with one of the largest dark-skinned populations in the Western Hemisphere, which was way more than what they had in Haiti, and we couldn't do nothing like that? But you want to sit up and talk about the slave rebellions we had, but none of them was successful like it was in Haiti.
Absolutely. Now look, so he goes on, Younger goes on to say, or talks about like there was some type of utopia prior to the white man. Where is he getting his information from? Where can we find any nation in recorded human history from anywhere where there was some type of utopia where everybody got along? How you doing? You doing just fine. Ain't no kind of trouble. Ain't nobody doing nothing bad. What kind of civilization was this? Who was this? When did this happen? Because as human beings, I don't care. We could start an argument over a gun drop. That's my gun drop. You know, we could fight over the last piece of bread or something. We are human beings. Even animals will fight over the last piece of bread. Where is this utopia that Yang is talking about? That black folks was. And then they say that it's natural. Black people or melanated people are righteous by nature. That's a damn lie. You know it's a lie, and I always use this as an example. You could take a cow. I don't care how you breed the cow. I don't care what you do to that cow. Cows are just some docile creatures. The only thing they do is sit in the pasture and chew on some and chew on some grass. That's all they do. They don't have no kind of movement or nothing. You can slap a cow, he just said, whoa. Cows don't be tripping off stuff. That's how cows are. They just naturally docile. Now, when it comes to wolves can get down. You ain't gonna slap no wolf in the mouth and he talk about some moo. He ain't gonna do that. He gonna bite your ass back. Wolves don't get down like that. That's not their nature. Wolves ain't gonna get down like that. If it was natural if it was natural by nature, then we would be behaving that way right now. But as soon as you step on a Negro's new Jordan shoes, he want to kill you. That ain't. If it was by nature, when somebody step on your shoes, you just be like, wow, you stepped on my shoe. These Negroes want to kill you.
And don't tell me that where you see it's because of the white man's influence on us while we man, ain't no white man made you pick up no 9mm, no 45 and pull it up to the head of another person that look like you.
Absolutely.
Or pull it up to the head of another melanated person, as you want to call it. Ain't no white man told you to go in our neighborhoods and sell your own people crack. Ain't no white man told you, you understand, to walk up on another melanated person and rob him because you see something he got that you want. Right. Or because you just hating on them for whatever reason. You know, ain't no white man told you to, you understand, to rape your own melanated black sister, like many of you out here doing.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't no you know white man told you to go gang up on your brother that look melanated like you because he wearing a red or blue color, or because he got his hat turned another way, or because he live on another block or on another side of town, or in another state or another city. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Or because he live in another part of the country, west or east coast or south or north. Ain't no white man told you understand me to told you to go and have your own brother or sister set up over some bull doodle because you don't want to see them progress.
Absolutely.
Which goes on a lot. The reason why a lot of black people in prison, not only because of the races, because it got something to do with a lot of black people helping to set them up on trumped up charges to go to prison. Yeah, white man ain't never told you nothing. See, y'all need to go into all that, but y'all don't never go into that, hardly. Only because when it's self-satisfying,
right?
At the time to go into it, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to go into that on the real general broad scale. You know what I'm saying? You know how many people I've heard of that went to prison, even trying to help another black person. I'm just saying, you know.
I'm an example.
Yeah.
It's a Negro that caused me to end up in that damn place.
Right, exactly.
A greedy, selfish Negro.
Yeah.
I want to hear that.
I mean, ain't no white man responsible because our families is disgruntled or broken up or dysfunctional.
Right.
You could only keep blaming that crap on slavery for so long.
Absolutely.
But it comes to a point. Where you got to even draw a line to that, because you know, if like I know from personal experience, if I'm born to a parent, you know, but another grandparent don't like me because I was born to that parent. You see what I'm saying? You know, the white man ain't necessarily got to have nothing to do with that.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Or because that grandparent treats you like crap because they don't like one of your parents, or they didn't raise your parent right. You see what I'm saying? White man ain't got nothing to do with that. But y'all want to put some cousins who can't get along with each other, hate each other's guts to even where they killing each other. Man, I used to listen. Years ago, I used to hear Crips killing their own relatives out there in California over gang set tripping. Over gang set tripping. Whether they realized it was their own relative or not, they actually were killing each other. Blood relatives killing each other over gang set tripping. Would the white man got something to do with that too?
Always.
I'm just saying.
Like you say, I mean, you can only do that for a first period of time.
Right.
Some of us don't even have. Some of us never even had interaction with white people like that.
Right.
I know me. Most of the people that I grew up around was black. I never really grew up and never had a real connection with white people like that. So, you know, it's just some fantasy, delusional crap.
Listen, let me tell you something. Go ahead, bro. Let me tell you something. I know from personal experience that if a nigga disrespected me any kind of way in front of a certain blood relative, that certain blood relative wouldn't say a word or do nothing. Usually you get blood relative, what you say to my family? What you say to my relative? What you say to my peoples, nigga? What's up? You got that. That exists amongst the so-called black family. Matter of fact, they even use a Negro from the streets to help set you up and kill you. It's been done.
I know it's been done.
But the white man, but the white man always got to have something to do with that, right? The white man got something to do with that, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Right. Out of date crap. I can't do that no more. That's
exactly right.
So he says, Younger goes ahead and he tells me that what he's talking about It comes from history. But see, we know that history and science is in the eyes of the beholder. You can take history and science and make it and spin it and turn it any kind of way that you want to. Because you can take history that will support what Yang will talk about, and another person would take history and show that what Yang will talk about is a bunch of bull doo-doo. So you can take history and spin it any kind of way. And history is bias and prejudice anyway, because a lot of our history, we was not there. So since we was not there, you are taking the word of the person who wrote that history, who is behind that science, and human beings are biased, they are prejudiced, they are racist, they have their own personal agendas when they write history. Because I can guarantee you that the Japanese version of World War II is much different than what we are taught in America about World War II. I can guarantee you it's in the eye of the beholder. And remember, Japan lost, so you know they're going to tell it, the story to favor them. And of course, America tells the story to favor themselves. One day, when we become real human beings and people stop tripping off black, white, and African and Asian China, historians can really come together and put these stories to the best of their ability and tell the truth of World War II, Kemet, and all this. But right now, all these stories that we hear is a bunch of fabricated garbage. And you would have to do these histories like what we do in court, because none of us was at the crime scene. So in order for us to try to get the truth about what happened at the crime scene, you take all the evidence and witness testimony and try to figure out what's similar and what makes sense to try to come out at the truth. That's the best thing that we can do, because we wasn't there. And unfortunately, in courtrooms, a lot of innocent people still end up in prison. Innocent people go to jail and prison. Also, you mean to tell me women have been on this planet with men all this time, and you mean to tell me that women basically haven't done nothing in history? Because when we read history, it's all about what men did. Men did this. Women just sit back in the cut. I hope they don't go to war. I'm so scared. You know, that's all women ever done throughout all human history. Women haven't done nothing. But just the same way, I'm saying, the same way that men or the white man try to write out black people or melanated people out of history, I'm saying that the male gender, period, wrote women out of history. That's what I'm saying. Early in YouTube, there was a bunch of women on YouTube. They used to go out and they did their research and they got their information and showed how women was leaders, and actually queen was higher than king at one time. So how was all these men doing all this stuff when the queens was running stuff? But we're not taught that. It's always, when they talk about royalty, they always use king first. You know, we kings and queens. No, it was queens and kings. King was second to the queen. You know, we don't.
According to the teachings, the so-called teachings of Nuwabu that was taught by Dr. Malachi Z. York, that I once studied under, that in the Native American culture, the woman was the head of the household. Mm. But the narrative in contemporary history is that the man has always been the head of the household. And then on top of that, I want to also say this too, is that if it wouldn't have been for Sister Winnie Mandela, may she rest in peace.
Yes.
Nelson Mandela may have not have gotten out of prison, and apartheid, as we knew it back in them days, would have not have came to an end. We could contribute that to Winnie Mandela. Mm-hmm. And excuse my French, because I don't like to cuss and I don't use cuss. And fuck Nelson Mandela on that note. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I can't say F. Nelson Mandela.
Well, I don't mean F him in terms of I mean, he did play a figurative part in the history of the struggle of oppressed peoples. But the truth of the matter was, if it wasn't for his wife, who he messed around on, and married another African, once he got in power over there in South Africa, if it wasn't for her, he would have not been released from prison, like I said.
Right.
Because she was the catalyst behind them getting behind, freeing him.
Yeah.
As well as leading to apartheid no longer being the law of the land over there in South Africa. That's all I was saying.
Right.
But
I want to say this. He was actually in a prison where they had to break rocks every day. I don't know what the purpose of it is, I guess just for punishment. And he was there for 27 years. Can you imagine? Now I was locked up for 10 straight months. And really, I was living in the lab of luxury. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I wasn't breaking no damn rocks. I'm not making any excuses for him, but I can understand what happened to Nelson Mandela. After 27 years of breaking rocks, he's a broken man. So when he comes out of that prison, whatever relationship he had with his wife, Winnie, that was broken. That was broken. It's no longer, actually, you know, you have that connection with your loved one for a certain period of time. But after 27 years, he don't even know her like that no more. And he messed around and fell in love with somebody else. And he's a broken person. You can't expect this man. He was, what, in his 20s or whatever when he first went into that prison, or however, he was a very young person. After 27
years, I think.
He was in his 30s? Okay.
Yeah, somewhere around
You can't expect this man who had, like even me, I don't have the energy that I used to have when I was 18, 19 years old. I wish I did. I don't have it no more. This man spent 27 years breaking rocks. The only thing he want to do is get out, try to enjoy his life, and die. That's the only thing on his mind. You can't expect him to be rebellious, and that person that went into that prison don't exist no more. It's over.
And you know, I want to say this in reference to what you just said, behind the reference what you just said with that, because Martin Luther King Jr. on the equivalent side of things. First of all, here's a man who did not want to become a leader. He was picked and chosen. Okay. And I mean, people just kept pushing it, pucking at him with it. You know what I'm saying? And so you got a man, he comes from a Baptist background, a Baptist ministry background. Okay, this man is just trying to live his life, raise his family, and da-da-da. Okay. What the hell do you expect from somebody like that? You know what I'm saying? Georgia born, raised Baptist minister preacher. You know what I'm saying? And expect for him to become a revolutionary radical. You know, like Mao, whatever that guy's name in China was, you know. You expect him to become something like that, or Ho Chi Minh or somebody out of Vietnam, you know. You expect him to become something like that under circumstances like that, where the man only did what he could out of his knowledge and his understanding of things. He only did what he could out of his knowledge and understanding of things. And yeah, I know the thing about him man, if you know the rumors or the talks about him allegedly, you know, being with a white woman, and even if it was, you know, so what? That's that man's business. It was said Malcolm X was sleeping in bed with white women. Not prior to him joining the nation, but even after he left the nation. Because you know him and Betty Shabazz had problems in their relationship too. A lot of people don't know about it, but that's a whole nother thing in itself. Okay. But I mean, you know, hell, it was even said that I think it was said Nat Turner was in bed with a white woman.
Yeah, he liked the rumor or the new narrative is that he had a crush on the daughter of the slave master. One of the
yeah. So I mean, what difference? I mean, really, what difference do it make? Hell, Angela Davis, one of our most recent ancestors, still around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's married, I believe, to a white man today. So
yeah. So
and still running around advocating for black rights in this country. Right. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that, right? Or even if she is LGBT, so damn what? That's her business too.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You know, the brother that used to be an advisor to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he was LGBT. But he helped got things done. Right. If it wasn't for Martin Luther King wouldn't have been able to successfully do certain things without his advice. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, when you go to talking like this about our leaders, and you see everybody else chiming in on social media from all different walks of life and other races and cultures, especially that don't like our ass. The first thing in their mind, they go back to the table and say, well, these niggas can't even agree on what leaders they like in their own race or not. or they don't even support their own leaders, dead or alive. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You leave open vacuum for people outside of our group to look at us a certain way when you go to talking reckless like that on social media. You don't hear Donald Trump supporters, his white supporters at least, getting on there talking crazy about him, even if some of them disagree. Because I know for a fact that some of his supporters disagree with certain things he done, but they ain't gonna get out there in the public like on social media and talk about it. That ain't how white folks do things when it come to each other. That ain't how Hispanics do things when it come to each other. You know what I'm saying? We are the only ones on YouTube and social media that get out there and broadly. I mean, listen, man, I be looking at these YouTube channels, they even dragging black folks in it from the UK.
Yeah,
black
right.
people over there, you know, that had their own problems and struggles on the other side of the pond. You see what I'm saying? Dragging them off into art, you know, and they don't know a lick about what's going on over here in Black America like that. You know, you dragging all these other, until we get our house first, we don't need to worry about dragging other people off in our business like that. They got their own problems over in the UK, trust me. Black people in France got their own problems over there. Or anywhere else in Europe that they're located at. Just like in Africa. They got their own problems over there. We don't need to be worried about that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you know, when it all come down to it, they gonna benefit off of our stupidity as black people in America, like everybody else has been doing.
Absolutely.
You know, Y'all got Hollywood and switched up on black people so bad where they got Africans, you know, doing characterizations of Martin Luther King and other famous people from among us, when it need to be a Black American actor doing that. You see what I'm saying? To show you how much even Black immigrants benefit off our struggle. Like we don't even exist in the picture no more. You see what I'm saying? Y'all not paying, y'all need to be, y'all gonna speak on Black immigrants, speak on them that way, about how they benefiting off us. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't even be in this country. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even be over here. You remember before the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s, they wasn't letting foreign Blacks in this country. And that's a fact. Blacks to immigrate from other foreign countries to America. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, and if they did get over here, trust me, it was rare. It was very rare. But it wasn't that many coming over here like that, because they made sure that we did not have no connection with them, and they made sure they didn't have no connection with us, especially during that period of time. You know, and I mean, we have to understand these things, that we're just so caught up in this pettiness right now.
Yeah.
That's why I said earlier, we don't have time to be, you know, worried about who the enemy among us, or who opinions we agree with and don't agree with. We ain't right now. It's not the time for that. That's just the honest truth of the matter. It don't get no honest than that. Whether you agree with it or not, it don't get no honest than that. Because at the end of the day, the moment you walk out your house or your apartment, one of the race soldiers subject to blow your head off because you the nigger word, or stop you on some fake ass traffic violation or something, or stop you, you know what I'm saying, and try to you know, pin some false evidence on you, which you see many of our brothers and sisters is languishing in prison around the country over today. See, you know, you're not looking at these things. We talking about serious things that affect us day in and day out. That you know, I mean, and no disrespect or shots at people that do things in our community, like serve food, help the homeless. You know, that's a good thing. We need more of that. We need more Black people helping us, each other. And much as them organizations is getting out of our people, they need to be putting that money like that back into our community.
Yes.
You know, we shouldn't have to go to no white churches or bread soup kitchen lines. We should go to the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, these other Black organizations, especially since you claim you into the how to eat, live, you know, you so interested in our people's health, you know, you should set up soup kitchens, you know, where our people all over the country could go to every day and eat at, you know. So no, it's not taking no shots at that at all. I'm not taking no kind of shots at that, period. Matter of fact, I love that type of stuff. Okay, but my thing is that's on a small scale level. You know what I'm saying? We need to be trying to get up out of our situation over broadly.
Right.
You know, to where we're no longer under the thumb, the iron fist of an oppressor. That's what we need to be worried and concentrating about. Getting on these debate podcasts and all that, arguing over different knowledge, all that don't make nothing. They don't care if you Kemetic, they don't care if you African, they don't care if you Muslim, Christian, Hebrew. or even if you just an atheist or an agnostic, they don't care nothing about none of that. They will blow your head off because they see the nigger word. And this is what we've been trying to tell you from this campaign platform for the last 4 nearly years. These people don't care nothing about that.
Nope.
Look at this. Look at the condition that we're in right now as a people in this country. That lady that lady in Minnesota that just got convicted of killing that young brother only got 2 years. Manslaughter, 2 years. Yeah, that's worse than that Caucasian cop got for shooting that brother Laquan McDonald in Chicago 16 times. He got 4 and now she got 2. You know, we are up under people that do not value our lives like that. You see what I'm saying? And while we out here, you know what I'm saying, amongst each other, you know, stabbing each other in the back constantly, you only open up the doors to make the enemy want to hate us worse because of that. Because that gives them justification to feel like, well, hell, they don't care about their own lives. Why should we care about them niggas like that? And that's just the reality of it. Ain't nobody gonna respect you as a people until you respect yourself.
Absolutely.
And that's just the fact of the whole situation of what we're faced with, you know. And I mean, you know, the reality of the situation is that we don't have no power. They want to turn our lights and water off right now. What we gonna do about it?
Can't do
we
nothing.
We ain't in no position to stop that. They want to turn our gas off. What we gonna do about it? We ain't in no position to stop that. But I yield back over to the brother. I just wanted to just throw that in there because that's just
the importance.
Yeah.
That's the importance of having something like Mississippi Campaign. It's so that you can have an alternative. We have no alternative. We have no power. You keep talking about Africa. Africa ain't giving us nothing. Africa has all these resources and all this land, ain't giving you nothing. They will take from you. They ain't giving you nothing. The Mississippi Campaign is very, very simple. The only thing we've done is bring an activity that our ancestors was doing up to date and put a name on it. There was no name on it. Our ancestors came from out of slavery. They began to do for themselves. They started their farms. They were sharecropping. They were holding political office. They were starting their own businesses. That's what they were doing straight out of slavery. And had they, again, been left alone, there would be no need for a Mississippi Campaign because we would already be, our ancestors would already put us in those positions a long, long time ago. And of course, you would think they would, once in these positions, you would think they would look out for themselves because that's what they was doing. They didn't have no choice. The white people ostracized them. Don't stay away. So they had to do things and put themselves in positions to help one another. And that's all Mississippi Campaign is about. It's very simple. You want to make it a Pan-African thing. You want to make a religion out of struggle. There is no religion. Liberation and revolution is not a religion. There is no, you are homosexual, you poor, you too black. That's not what liberation of oppressed people. Nobody tripping off that stuff. That's what people trip on once they gain their liberation. Then they start arguing and debating over these type of things. I can guarantee you, when you're in jail and you really want to get out, if you really want to get out of jail, you don't care who that person is. How you gonna get out, man? Yeah, I hate your guts. I don't like you. But how you gonna get out? You think it's gonna work if you really want to get out of jail? And there are people who have got out of jail, they didn't give a damn who it was. It ain't about, do I like you or not? It's about, I want to get out of jail. You do not want to get out of this jail. these Pan-Africans, these black nationalists, these black revolutionaries, you actually like the jail. Why don't you just go ahead and admit it? Because you don't fool me none. Your actions speak louder than words. I don't give a damn. You can huff and puff until you blow the White House down. Don't mean nothing. Your actions show that you like and you're comfortable in what you're doing. You've been talking this stuff over 100 years, and you haven't gained and did a damn thing. You're comfortable just like the Uncle Toms and the Coons and all these Sambos and all these people you call names. You ain't no damn better than they are. And we talked about that earlier.
And hey, it's getting kind of dark. Hey.
See, look, the Mississippi campaign is just the beginning. You can't, a baby don't come out the womb walking and eating meat. Baby come out the womb looking for breast milk and crawling. You want to come out the womb as a grown-ass person. See, that's what gets me about these Pan-Africans and this black nationalism revolution. They want to come out the mama's womb a full-grown ass man. That's not how things work. You don't have nothing to be a full-grown man or a grown woman coming out the womb. You got to start from somewhere. And it's about what you want. It's not about what you want, y'all selfish ass. It's about what is in the best interest of your future generations and what is the best road to get them there. Because as far as we're concerned, we're damaged goods. The only thing our lives is worth is putting our people in a better position, and we're going to be the sacrificial lamb. That's what our role is, being the sacrificial lamb so that the future generations can do better. So the Mississippi, once you accomplish that, that will be the heart. And when you're looking at the development of the human body, one of the first things that develop in the womb is the brain and the heart. The brain and the heart, they are called vital organs. So you're going to form Mississippi so that it can be the heart, it can be the vital organ, so that the whole mechanism, the whole organism can live. But then, of course, y'all silly. Why it's got to be Mississippi? How come it can't be this? You're so silly and so corny. You're not looking at the benefits. You're not looking at the whole broad picture because, again, you're nothing but the child trying to put a square peg in a round hole. But again, I'm not frustrated or disappointed at your behaviors, because the only thing you keep talking about this Kemet stuff, and you keep talking about all this freedom stuff. And how can you even relate to Kemet? Those people wasn't slaves for 400 years. How can you even relate to all these people that you relate to? They never were slaves. Your ancestors, you was a damn slave in this country over 300, and you're still basically a slave right now to this day, going on 500 years. You can't even relate. That's why you don't understand Angel Snub 7. You can't understand the Reality's Temple. You don't understand the Mississippi campaign because you don't understand your own ancestors because they was behaving like free people. And the only thing you want to do is find another slave plantation to dump your happy ass on and chill out. That's not freedom. That's not what freedom is. You keep talking about Africa. What if one of the African nations gave you enough land big as the state of Delaware or Rhode Island? Here is your country, here's your land, but you got to be the one. You got to clear all the trees. You got to put in all the roads. You got to live in a mud hut until you're able to build your own. Are you ready for freedom? Because that's what freedom really is. Because when these people came to this country, there was no skyscrapers. There was no Facebook. There was no YouTube. Those people came from Europe and had to build everything. What these black revolutionaries and black nationalists want, they want a ready-made nation and call yourself free. That ain't how it works, y'all. That's not work. You have to be open to a new mindset. You have to be open to a new strategy. And I think also that we're scared of the enemy. Just like Brother Taalik was talking about the Haitians. The Haitians took on the greatest world power at that time. When you look at martial arts, any of you who are familiar with martial arts, and you are facing with an enemy that's strong, that's what the purpose of martial arts is about. The purpose of martial arts is to train you about the weak points in your enemy. How to use your enemy's strength against him. Did you hear what I said? That's what the Mississippi campaign is about. Finding the weak points in your enemy and use that against them. You don't understand that concept. You and I both know you cannot take on this power man to man. And plus, y'all don't even have the heart. Because if you really had the heart, let's get our people together and let's do it. Let's do it. Plus, the majority of the people in the country, you don't even know black people. Black people not interested in no black revolution. They're not interested. And why should they? They have nothing to fight for. They have nothing to fight for. They don't know what freedom is. They don't have a state like Mississippi that they built to fight for. They don't have nothing to fight for. So what is this revolution about? What is they fighting for about? They don't have nothing to fight for. And you're not going to do nothing either. You're going to sit on your ass. You're not going to do nothing either because you already know it's a hopeless cause. Because your people not interested, and you don't know. You're living in 1930. You're living in a past that no longer exists. What can you do to inspire the people to fight for something? If they had a state like Mississippi, that's ours, and they are proud of that. We've sacrificed, and some of us died to get this. I'm willing to fight for that. That would make your people, especially the younger people, rise up. I'm ready to do whatever necessary to fight for my nation. Go ahead, Brother Taalik.
I just wanted to point out something that reference to what you just said before, that a lot of our black revolutionary nationalists who have just recently gotten out of prison, like the Angola 3, and some others who had just gotten recently out of prison, was at the hands or at the aid and hand of white people, mostly. You know, I know a brother just did 43 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary for a crime he didn't commit, you know, and you know, you got a lot of black people over there in Missouri, you know, between Kansas City and St. Louis that could have rallied and helped got him out. But it took him 4 decades, you know what I'm saying, to get out of prison over a false accusation that got him put in prison. You see what I'm saying? Now that man out of prison in a wheelchair and walk, can't do nothing. He got to have extra help to do so. But it was at the help mostly of white people that helped got him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? All these other black people you talking about like that. This one black brother went to prison, I think in the mid 70s, like in 76, over accusations and by a white woman accusing him of raping her, and he got out about a year or two ago. It was with the help of white people. You see what I'm saying? You find most of these blacks that did a lot of time in prison. I'm talking about even way back to 50 or 40 some years or whatever. And people that was in the streets rallying for their freedom majority were white people. Maybe the only reason we see black people to some extent, not all, because you got a lot of white people that's still behind trying to get Mumia Abu Jamal free. But the only reason you got black people because you got sisters like Ramona Africa of the John Africa movement, and that's also helping to push him. You know what I'm saying? To get free from prison. You know, they already helped him, you know, to get from up under that death penalty sentence he had, but they trying to get him up out of there now because he just doing a life sentence. But you don't see that many black people around the world. You got even black people white folks over in Europe they named streets after him. That's trying to help him get out of prison. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, it's like you know, like Sandiata Akali. You done forgot about him. You know, I don't even see that many black nationalists out there in the streets trying to push for Sister Assata Shakur to be exonerated.
Right.
So she can be able to come back to the United States without worrying about going back to prison over here in this country. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, you know, when you talk all this crap about the black nationalism and stuff, where's your love at for those that died or went to prison in the name of black nationalism?
Absolutely.
You know, if it wouldn't have been for them white folks, them 3 brothers would have died in Louisiana State Penitentiary. Matter of fact, I think it was 2 of them that died recently. I don't know. I'm not for sure, but I know one is still alive.
What is
all
it
the
that
rest
they
of them
say,
did just die.
What is it they say when you join the Marines? There's a saying in the Marines: never leave a soldier behind. Something to that effect.
Yeah, exactly.
We've left.
And they left the soldiers.
Yeah.
We left many of them behind. And who is most of their lawyers? Most of their lawyers ain't black. Most of their lawyers is white.
I know.
Maybe for exception, few like Geronimo Jigga Pratt, may that brother rest in peace. Johnny Cochran was his lawyer. You know, and stuff like that. But other than that, the rest of most of them had white lawyers or white organizations like the Innocence Project that helped got them released from the penitentiary.
I believe Malcolm X, one of his lawyers was a white guy. One of his lawyers. And this is another thing.
Malcolm X?
Yeah, he had a white lawyer that was working, helping him do whatever.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure, because I think, I have to say I think because I really don't remember watching Omar Shabazz production movie. I think it was in one of his documentaries. It was this Caucasian guy. Matter of fact, he might even be a Jew that was helping Malcolm X do some things. And somebody was getting on my case when I told my story. If you don't like it, then that's your problem. It was Caucasian people that helped me get out of that nut house. Yes, it was Caucasian people that put me in there because of a Negro. That was the root of it. And it was a Negro that came to court every other year to testify. I'm so scared. Don't let him out. I'm scared. Angel gonna kill me. And now his ass in an Arizona prison, and he might be going to death row. Liar.
Oh, he already in the penitentiary?
Yeah, talk about Anthony Ross.
You say he in prison now? Did they find him guilty yet?
I don't know. I think he might still be sitting in ordinary jail. I haven't heard no more on the case.
Oh, okay.
But he's going to prison. He's going to go to prison. He's not going to get. I doubt if he's not going to get out of this one. He killed three. He killed 3 people and a baby, an infant. But he was the one they was protecting. They protected this killer, this murderer.
Right.
Okay. So I'm telling my story. The black people in that facility wasn't trying to get out, just like you. You don't want to go nowhere anyway. You like things just the way they are. Whether you're a black nationalist, black revolutionary, whatever the hell you are, you ain't trying to get out and go nowhere either. You're just a big talk. I heard See, that stuff don't impress me. I've heard it for over 45 years. You know, they talking all that black tough stuff. That don't impress me. I done heard it. I was in the Nation of Islam, but I heard it from all kinds of places. I know about I know how black nationalists talk and black revolutionaries and the Pan-Africans. I've been to all those kind of meetings, the Hebrew Israelite meetings, and they'd be talking all this stuff, whatever. Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of house Negroes just like everybody else. You're a black power house Negro. You're a black nationalist Uncle Tom.
Might as well just hold your podcasts every Sunday like the preacher get behind the podium.
Yeah,
and hold their sermons every Sunday.
Start your sermons at 10:30, and do your Sunday school, and then the preacher come up like they do in church.
Right.
It's no damn different, same stuff. Hours and hours of live stream. What the hell y'all talking about? 5 hours, 8 hours of live stream. What the hell the Negroes talking about? Almost every day. They do this almost every day. And Yanga, you know, they don't want to give nobody no credit. Oh, well, yeah. I understand what the Mississippi campaign, y'all, what you're talking about. It's already been done. You know, we done that. Well, where's your state at? Yanga said he been doing his thing since 1968. Well, where you state at? Since you've been doing this since 1968, where you state at? Where your neighborhood?
Hey, did you invite the brother to come on the panel today?
I sent them email just the same time when I sent you the email.
Oh, okay. All right.
I also invited Brother Daniel and some other people. And you see it's just you and me.
Okay.
And that's fine. Because you didn't have nothing coming anyway. I'm not gonna let you come here with your black nationalist bullshit here. Your daydreaming, your pipe dream, your Pan-African garbage. No, you're not gonna come here. Because your stuff is not gonna get off in this audience. We're not going for that nonsense. 100 years of crap. See, that's the thing they ignore. You've had 100 years, and hell, I've been around for 45. You got 100 years under your belt and have accomplished nothing. You keep talking about Marcus Garvey, and Marcus Garvey don't have nothing. Where is the UNIA? You bragging about 2 million, 6 million people, and what do you have in 2022? You don't have a pot to piss in. That ain't nothing to brag about when you're a damn loser. Nation of Islam is a loser. We all lost. They don't want to hear that. That's the reality of it. You're a bunch of losers. Then you want to come here and talk about your daycare center that you opened up and your lemonade stand, and that ain't nothing but some tiddlywink. Our people fresh from the slave plantation was doing that stuff. They want you to give them a cookie for doing nothing. We don't do that here. You get your credit when you earn it. Then they talk about I'm a separatist. I'm a black national. I'm for separation. Well, why your ass ain't separated yet? Most of these people don't even live in the hood. They live in a multicultural hood or whatever, neighborhood. They don't live separate from no damn body. And let me tell you something about integration. As long as you live in America, you're integrated. Brother Taalik was talking about a group of people. They bought a little acre of land and they're going to do their own thing. You're still integrated. The only way you're going to be separated is your happy ass leave America.
Yep.
Then you're separated. As long as you're here, whether you are in your own little separate neighborhood or whatever. No, what it is, you can pull segregation if you want. But still, segregation really is integration. The thing about it is the people you segregated don't want nothing to do with your happy ass. But you still integrate and you're still part of this society. You're still going to use the money that we use. You're still going to use the electricity that we use. You're still going to drink the same damn water. You are integrated. Dumbass.
Hey, brother Taalik, I know you don't agree with this ideal, but those people, those so black people that have already left America in the thousands, whether they done went to Africa, Asia, Europe, South America, even some in Mexico, I'm gonna tell you something. Even with them, they are more separated from this racist because they don't have to put up with the shit we still got to put up with here in this country.
Right. But my thing
just referencing your point.
Yeah, look at this. Okay, you run to Africa, you run to Europe, and you run.
Yeah.
You run like you Flojo or some damn body. You run. Oh, then you go from one plantation to another. You still don't run and control nothing. So what?
So don't you're not asking none of them governments to give our people no plot of land to where we can occupy among the 40+ million of us in this country. You know, I see all them brothers and sisters carrying they behind over to Africa, but they not asking them governments to give us none of that land to come to over there to resettle on.
Right.
Whether you in Europe or even in Asia.
One plantation to another, big deal, and they act like they really doing something. I'm not in America no more. I'm in Japan. I'm in Africa some damn where. You ain't nothing but a slave. You still dominated. You still dominated. You still dominated under the laws of another man.
Yep. And you better know that America influences those countries. And you better know America influences those countries that you're going to anyway.
Yeah, most of them, yeah. Like Japan, we know Japan is in bed, don't have no choice, you know, because of that truce or whatever that they had after the World War II. You know, Japan, Japan is you know, in the palms of America. And a lot of those African countries are in the hands of some European country.
Or America. Even in South America.
Even in South America.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to be impressed because you ran to another. What difference do it make? One thing you did was run away from Massa John plantation to Massa Tom plantation. That's the only thing your happy ass did. You know, if you're a man, you want your own. Make your own.
And this is my thing. On the flip coin side, why would you want to go backwards and go to Europe when it's the same thing here in America? The reason they ain't treating your ass like a dog over there in England and France and Germany is because you got that U.S. passport.
Yeah.
But if you was like one of them African immigrants over there from one of them former countries in the continent where they used to colonize, you would be getting pulled over, gunned down by one of them race soldiers over there in France or England. I hear about it all the time because I've talked to people that have been to Europe or people that know about going to the countries over there. They say the only reason they don't treat Black Americans a certain way is because that U.S. passport protect them to a certain extent.
Yeah,
that U.S. passport protects you to a certain extent. When you show them that U.S. passport, okay, we see you look like one of them Africans or one of them people from the Caribbean coming over here, but we gonna back up a little bit because we see that U.S. passport. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, brother. I just want to throw that in there. Just, you know, for those who think they free because they leave in America.
Absolutely. I got a few more little notes here. I think I can make it really brief, brother Taalik. I want you to either take note or either just hold on and give your piggyback off what I say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be real brief. I'm going to go through these last notes real quick. I'm not into having no 5 hour, 6 hour. It ain't even that serious. But when you are in this country and you always go into the people or the powers that be, what gets me is that they talk about Joe Biden. Joe Biden ain't doing this for black people. Joe Biden ain't doing. We as a people, I'm not talking about a certain group. First of all, one of the things that we really need to do is become a people, because we're not a people. Everybody's in their little separate tribe. The Black Nationalist tribe, the Black Revolutionary tribe, the Kemetic tribe. We are not a people. So Joe Biden don't even know who the hell am I talking to? Because we know that the Congress people that's in government, they don't represent a lot of us. They just so happen that they are black and they're in Congress or whatever. They don't represent black people. Matter of fact, you're asking these Congress people and you're asking the President of the United States, y'all don't do nothing for black people. What is it that the black people want? What is your agenda? And make it an agenda where you go before the people and you get BET, TV One, or social media. You bring this agenda to the people and say, we as black people, this is what we want. And then what they have that, I forgot what they have. They got some kind of thing that you can sign and people can sign it. And what they say, majority rule. If you don't want to participate, that's your damn business. But majority rule, we sign this thing and we agree this is the agenda and this is what black people want. And then we give it to Joe Biden. We give it to the Congress people. This is what black people want. That's how you do it. Right now, you have nothing to offer. Joe Biden don't know he don't even know what to call you. Are you an African American or y'all black? What the hell are you? Some of y'all say are you a Moor? What the hell are you? Joe Biden and all these people don't even know what the hell to call us because we're identity confused. What the hell are you? And you don't have an agenda. What do you want from me? And then the next thing is, what are you going to give me? Because when you talk about all these other groups, they give lots and lots of money to the president, senators, mayors. They give lots of, you don't want to give nobody nothing except your preachers. And your preachers can't do a damn thing for you. And that's just the political system in this country. What they say, one hand washes the other or something to that effect. Now they can't accept a bribe, but I can certainly embrace a political donation. Money talks. What they said, money talks, bullshit walks. We don't want to play the political system for what it really is. I'm going to make these other notes real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over. You keeping up with me, Taalik?
Oh, yeah, I got you, brother. I got you.
Okay, I'm getting ready to wrap this up. We're not going to be here for no 4-5 hours. Well, we already on the 4th hour. We're going to make this real quick. I'm not going over 5 hours. We might do it a little bit long because who knows when I'm going to go back live again. It ain't that serious. Okay. Look, one of their heroes, the Black nationalist heroes, is Malcolm X. Also Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey. Why do they like Malcolm X? Why do they like Marcus Garvey and some of these other people? And it was a brother, I was familiar with him, that Yanga was talking about. I was familiar with him but I figured he's dead. Then I looked him up on social media. I mean, on Google. He's dead. The only people they follow is dead folks. And they give living people hell. They find a reason not to like living people.
I think it was Khalid he was talking about.
No, he was talking about somebody from the 1800s or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know who you talking about. Martin Delaney.
Yeah.
Martin Delaney.
Yeah, I had heard of Martin Delaney, but I wasn't familiar with him, and I looked him up. But I already figured he probably dead. Because these people don't mess with nobody that's alive. So I went and looked him up. Martin Delaney is dead. Not only is he dead, he's been dead a long time. I'm like, is there anybody living? I mean, that's all these people do. Follow dead folks. I guarantee you, if Marcus Garvey, if Malcolm X, all these people was alive, they'll find some reason not to like them. Because that's just human beings. That's just how we are. And did you know that Malcolm X farted? Did you know that Marcus Garvey took a dump? They were nothing but human beings. Do you know Elijah Muhammad probably had bad breath? They're nothing but human beings. Now, we know how Elijah Muhammad was rolling. What if Elijah Muhammad wanted your daughter? Would you feel the same about him? Oh, that's somebody else's daughter. What if Elijah Muhammad was making babies with your daughter? What if you was buying stock in those ships that Marcus Garvey was selling, and you found out those ships was pieces of junk? See, we make up this fantasy stuff because these people are dead. That's history, and we make up these fairy tale fantasy stories for ourselves. The same way that they believe in Jesus. So what makes you any different? Jesus is dead, Malcolm is dead, Marcus is dead, Martin Delaney is dead. All these folks is dead. Y'all follow the dead. That's why you're spiritual. Because that's what spirituality is about. Spirituality.
It's called worshiping the ancestors.
Yeah. Worshiping dead folks. And if you notice, their ancestors didn't do a damn thing for them. So what make you think your ancestors going to do something for you when their ancestors didn't do a damn thing for them either? But Malcolm X is one of their heroes. But again, to my knowledge, Malcolm X had a Caucasian attorney that he worked with. Also, Malcolm X said this. Malcolm said, I apologize for the names and the bad things that I said about these civil rights leaders. I apologize. I'm willing to work with anybody that want to work for what is in the best interest of Black people. You never hear them say that about Malcolm. Didn't Malcolm say that, Brother Taalik?
Yep.
He said, I apologize to Dr. King. I apologize to those I call Coon and Uncle Tom. I apologize for that. I'm willing to work with anybody, willing to do anything to help our people move forward. That's what Malcolm X said. And you calling people Coons and Uncle Tom right now. And Malcolm apologized for it. You dumb idiots. Then one of their heroes, I believe, is Harriet Tubman. But Harriet Tubman said one of her best friends was John Brown, the abolitionist. And John Brown got more spunk than any of you Negroes. John Brown and his family took over an armory to get guns. Let's go to war. And it wasn't John Brown, the white man, that backed off. It was the slaves. It was the Black people that didn't want to pick up the gun. What we gonna do with them guns? And got John Brown all caught up and got John Brown hanged because the slaves were too damn scared, didn't want to fight for their own freedom. That's why we say here, I'd be damned if we do that. I'm not John Brown. Talib is not John Brown. The people, brothers and sisters here at Reality's Temple, we're not going to give our lives. We're not going to do that for you. We're not going to do that. And this is another thing. They always talk about the house Negro. They act like the house Negro had a good life. The house Negro was closer to the massa. They probably went through more psychological abuse than the field Negro, because the field Negro didn't have that much contact like the house Negro. The house Negro had to be around massa 24 hours a day. Like, damn. What make you think that being a house Negro was good? Was a good thing? No. Of course, anybody in their right mind wants to live as comfortable as they can. And that's what we have right now today. Are you a house Negro, or are you just trying to survive? I don't know. We always call them people house Negro. And there are people who are in love with the oppressor, in love with the enemy. But again, it's no different than your dog Scruffy. It's all that they know. How you gonna get angry at somebody? It's all that they know. And then some of you think somebody is a sellout. It's about survival. It's about what is in my best interest. Why should Oprah Winfrey? Why should Will Smith? Why should Jada Pinkett Smith? Why should Janet Jackson? Why should any of our people with influence and money, why should any of them gamble what they have for Negroes? And then you turn on them. Oh man, it was a story. It was a story about brother. Shout out to Omar Shabazz Productions. That documentary, Malcolm X.
Talking about Sam Cooke?
No, there was a brother. He was, I think, what was he? This happened during the Farrakhan era. There was a basketball player, and they don't talk about this, and I barely remember it. But Omar Shabazz got it in his documentary. There was a basketball player in the 80s, I believe, or early 90s. He thought that Minister Farrakhan had his back. And he stood, I support the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. And it was a basketball player. I believe he was a basketball player. And he supported Minister Farrakhan. And then he started taking heat because he supported Minister Farrakhan. And when he started taking heat, Minister Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam backed off and left him out there all by himself. All by himself. And don't say, well, that was during the Farrakhan administration. Elijah Muhammad was no different. There was a brother named Joe Tex. You remember a brother named Joe Tex? He was a singer too?
Yes, yes, yes.
You know Joe Tex was a member of the Nation of Islam. You know that too, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Joe Tex was assigned to be the fundraiser, the chief executive officer and fundraising for the so-called Nation of Islam hospital. So he started raising money, using his fame as a singer and whatever to raise money for that hospital. Them Negroes blew all the hospital money and left, and you know, they left him out there by himself. His career, his music career was messed up. He was having a hard time supporting himself after all that. People didn't trust him no more because what happened to all that hospital money?
Who you talking about, Joe Tex?
Joe Tex.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you because it was static going in and out, but yeah.
Yeah. And they left him high and dry too, Joe Tex. And that was under the Elijah Muhammad administration. And you know how they did Muhammad Ali. When the government came on him about that draft dodging, they left him out there in the water.
Yeah, they don't talk about that too much.
No, they don't talk about that at all. And
matter of fact, all they got to do is go watch that movie Will Smith made years ago. that Ali movie. They'll see some of that in there.
Yeah, it was Joe Frazier that actually helped Muhammad Ali during that period of time.
Yeah.
And Muhammad Ali was so stupid and brainwashed by that religious garbage. When he got on his feet, he went right back to him. And then he called Joe Frazier a monkey or ape or something like that. When they did that,
that man kept him. That man the one that kept food on his table too.
Sure did. That made me feel some kind, because I like Muhammad Ali, but when I heard him call him a monkey or an ape, Joe Frazier, that rubbed me the wrong way. I did not like that. We need to stop all this name calling crap, because when it's all said and done, you don't have a pot to piss in. You ain't no damn better than no Uncle Tom, no Coon, or nothing like that. We heard at the beginning earlier, we heard Jesse Lee Peterson talk to this brother about why black people need to get off their ass and do something, whatever. I don't know if you heard that part of the video in the early broadcast. You wasn't here yet. But see, the reason why Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens and some of these other people, they can talk the way they talk, and they justified in talking the way they talk, because the black nationalists, all y'all black power stuff, you give them the ammunition. You haven't done nothing. You take millions and thousands and millions of dollars every year, no different than the preachers do, and you produce nothing. And you keep blaming the white man, blah, blah, blah. So Jesse Lee Peterson has good points, and a lot of these people have good points. And the only thing you can do, like a little baby, and put your thumb in your mouth, you a coon, you a Sambo, like a little child, you can't produce nothing.
You even give Cynthia G ammunition.
Yeah. Yeah, they give all these people ammunition. I guarantee you, if you had something like the Mississippi campaign under your belt, where you controlling a state and running things, I bet you only thing they could do is sit back in the cut and hope that you fail, but there ain't too much else they can say about you. Like, what can they say about you? You control a state. Everything about the state is you. If we don't do nothing big, we might as well not do nothing at all. I hear what you say about your little business and your little farmland and all these little personal tiddlywink stuff, because it's what it is. It's not for black people. Because if it's for black people, then put my name on the title. Give me my stock if it's for black people. No, it's for you and your happy ass, hungry ass family. That's who it's for. It ain't for black people. Your black business is for you and your hungry ass kids. Matter of fact, why are you a black nationalist? Why are you a black revolutionary having children living with your oppressor? I think it costs almost a quarter or almost $500,000 to raise a child from an infant to 18 years old in this country. At least $250,000. What if y'all stop making all these babies that you really can't take care of anyway? What if you took that money and used it for your black revolutionary cause instead of spitting out babies that don't do a damn thing for you? Out of all these babies that y'all have, black revolutionaries, y'all blackly black, what do they do for your cause? And this is something they're not going to tell you either, these blackity black. Some of y'all children is in jail, in prison, and there's nothing that you can do can get them out. Some of y'all children are homosexuals and gay, crackheads, drunks. They don't do nothing for the revolution. They don't do nothing to help you build your nation. They don't never talk about that. And you keep spitting these children out. You can't, once you spit this child out, You don't know what's going to happen. I don't care how blackety black. Matter of fact, some of you, because of how you are, as the children grow, they actually hate being pro-black because you are an abuser. You're vile and you're profane. You're a dictator. You're an exploiter. And they can't wait to get the hell away from your crazy ass. And that's what you see. Same thing.
I know children. I know children of many. I was gonna say that I know many children of Black Panther. I've heard of quite a few children of Black Panthers, Nation of Islam members and stuff that went to prison.
Yeah.
Over the years, you know what I'm saying? Children, you know, who was raised up under 5%ers, you know, more than likely went to prison. Orthodox Sunni Muslim, you know, that children that came from Orthodox Sunni Muslims, you know, that went to prison. You know, every time I look on the news, I'm hearing somebody with the name of Hakeem or Jamal getting caught up on a robbery or first-degree murder charge or a drug deal gone wrong or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where do you think these people, even with them type of kind of names, Shakia, you know, these African, Pan-African Kemetic names, you know what I'm saying? Cyrus, Horus, you know what I'm saying? You know, getting caught up on charges, killing another Black person or something, you know what I'm saying? I'm more so here. Right, Jamal, you know, I usually hear, or Taalik, you know what I'm saying? I usually hear, I'm starting to hear just as many as people with these kind of names, and as I hear Tyrone and Sam and Cold Pepper, you know what I'm saying, getting caught up on these criminal charges.
It was a guy here. Hey, it was a guy here a few years ago. His name was Elijah Muhammad, running around robbing banks.
Right. Oh man.
Look, I know two brothers, and I was around when they was born. They was born in the Nation of Islam.
Right.
And they in prison right now. I was around, and they was in their little bow ties. You know how they dress the children up, you know, the costume.
Yeah.
They was running around here, all praises due to Allah for the honorable Elijah Muhammad and whatever. I was there when they was born. I remember when they was sucking, well, you know, in the nation, they sucked their breast, but you know, when they was babies, they couldn't even walk. And now these two brothers is in prison for the rest of their lives. Last time I heard, they lifers.
Right.
And this is another thing too. These Black nationalists and all this blackity black stuff, they think they have all the time in the world to get things right. That's not how things work.
Right.
We come into life for a certain period of time, and then we die. Things change. When you are living, things change. You could be healthy today and dead tomorrow. You could be healthy today, like damn, I just talked to Liv on the live stream, and you got hit by a car, and now you crippled. And you was just thinking about doing something, but you said, oh, I'll do that tomorrow. But you didn't know that you was gonna get hit by a car. Now you can't do it at all.
Right.
We think that we got all the time in the world to get it right, and that's not how things work. You have to take advantage of things.
As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, I want to tell you, I didn't even know this, but I used to live in Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
But I heard that down, you know, as time went on, I heard that that Elijah Muhammad's son, I think his name was Nathaniel Muhammad or Elijah Muhammad Jr. One of them was a local minister at the temple they had under his administration. He was a local minister in Kansas City, and he actually was selling drugs
Yeah.
While he was in that minister position in Kansas City, because he had to go spend time in prison over it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, here it is, a holy so-called holy prophet, a holy man of God, supposedly. You understand? And you got a son under him that's supposed to be helping him to do his work as far as for the people, but he's selling dope to the people in the community.
Right.
And this is the same thing going on with them quasi organizations, them persuasive quasi organizations like the Nation Islam, and I'm calling it out the more science of America too. You know what I'm saying? They do the same damn thing, you know. Corruption. They talk about they uplift and falling humanity, but you selling dope.
Right.
To those that's already among fallen humanity. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, why don't you just become a straight up you know what I'm saying, Nino Brown nigga and just be done with it. You know what I'm saying? Because getting behind these religious titles, hiding your dirty laundry, people could see through that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I mean, you know, because you ain't really no different. You know what I'm saying? And this is the reason why I'm glad that I don't subscribe to none of these organizations. And also the recent situation with that guy, Grandmaster Jay, that's been indicted by the feds. I can't see for nothing in the world how them Negroes were silly enough to follow behind them, because all their names is included in that same data package with his by the feds, because all of them had laptops where he was communicating with them through.
Right.
Give up their information stuff. You know, now tell me if that ain't no provocative move. You see what I'm saying? But you want to call somebody a provocateur? Look at Grandmaster Jay. He was supposed to, I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about. Every time you get a bunch of Negroes with guns, all of a sudden, there you go with the Black Power thing. You know what I'm saying? But these same Negroes, you know, is the ones that's selling you up under the bus. At least Khalid Muhammad, you know, whether y'all disagree with whatever he was doing or not, at least he wasn't that kind of Negro. You know what I'm saying? I heard Yanga saying something about that Khalid Muhammad wasn't radical because he was still up under the influence of that Nation of Islam religious thing. Even though he had you know, excommunicated himself away from the Nation of Islam after Farrakhan and them turned his back on him. You know what I'm saying? Right. But the fact of the matter is that, like I said about the rest of those among our dead ancestors, is that Khalid Muhammad only did the best he knew how.
So what has Yanga done radical? except make babies and talk. What has he done? Because the radicals in the United States of America, either you in the morgue or you in prison. That's what happened to radicals in the United States of America. What has he done radical? Are you there, Taalik?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I'm just confused about his kind of talk, because the way he talks like he's a real revolutionary. He done killed 21 of the enemy, and he got all these kinds of stars and stripes on his uniform. What is your credentials, sir? What have you done radical? Because all the people that I know of that's radical, they looking over their shoulder, or they in the morgue or in prison. Because the United States don't play that. The United States don't play games with their enemies. They come to kill you. Hell, the state of Israel is still looking for Nazi people. And the World War II been over for decades. They still looking for Nazis. I saw the state of Israel bring in a ex-Nazi. He was in a wheelchair on oxygen. They was bringing him into court. Like, damn, is it that serious? That's how they deal with their enemies. You ain't that damn radical. You just got a big mouth. You don't have nothing. Because if I invited Younger here, I want to ask him, what have you done? You talking all this tough stuff and so radical. What have you done radical? I want to say this, and we're going to get out of here. Sister Nandy was talking about what happened to Rosewood and what happened to Black Wall Street. Well, first of all, Rosewood was alone. Black Wall Street was alone. There was no other black people backing them up. They didn't have no help from nowhere. They were alone. And when we are alone, we are easy pickings. It's just like if you are in a herd of antelope, you're safer when you're unified in your herd. The lion and the tiger is waiting for the antelope that's dumb enough. I'm going to do my own thing. And so the tiger and the lion sit back in the cut. Uh-oh, there we go. And that's how it was for them. Black Wall Street was destroyed because they knew it wasn't going to be any repercussions. We can destroy. It ain't like black people all over the country was going to go crazy because of what happened to Black Wall Street or Rosewood or any of our people. They're easy pickings. We should have went crazy when they bombed that church in 1964?
1963. Yeah, Birmingham. Yeah.
We as a people should have went crazy when that happened. 4 little girls. But they knew what the deal was going to be. See, when you are building the Mississippi campaign, when you are getting that together, you are going to be motivational, inspirational. That type of mentality is gone. Because if you hurt one or you hurt anybody associated with our nation, we coming after your ass. It's simple as that. So if you help build the state of Mississippi to economic power and you live in California, if something happened to you in California, the state of Mississippi coming to help you. It's not going to be the same like it was in Rosewood or Black Wall Street. Because if Rosewood or Black Wall Street had a state, had us even unified as a people, all you got to do is send the word out. I live in Black Wall Street, Tulsa. And you send the word out to the other brothers and sisters. I think we're going to get attacked. It don't look good here. So me and Taalik, we get in our car, whatever we got to do, we on our way to Tulsa, Oklahoma. And when them crackers wake up the next day, they got 100,000 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What y'all want to do something? What you want to roll? You want to do something? That's how we need to roll. That's how it needs to be done. If the Nation of Islam if all of us are united as a people, whether you agree with the person's religion or whatever, but if the Nation of Islam is part of us as a people, when they jump on the Nation of Islam, they got to jump on all of us. You're not messing with the Nation of Islam. You got to jump on all of us. It's simple as that. We worry about the technicalities. Did they do something wrong or whatever? We worry about that later. You remember back in the day, Taalik, somebody jump on your family member? You don't be asking questions, well, what did you do? No, your cousin, your mama, whoever it is in trouble, and you jump to their aid. It's simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
If they was wrong, or whatever, you worry about that later. You don't jump on my cousin.
Yeah.
And then you trip off of if they wasn't wrong, you go behind closed doors. Damn, cuz, You know you stole that, man. You got me all caught up. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. We worry about the technicalities. We worry about the technicalities later. Right now, we got some suckers jumping on my cousin.
Mm-hmm.
And you already covered talking about betrayal. You already talked about that, so I'm not going to be redundant. But you already covered that. You already covered that. But I do want to add this to that conversation. Not only there's not too much that you can do when somebody betray you. We already went through that last year. We had people and persons among us, and they stabbed us in the back. And we treated them well. And they still stabbed us in the back. And there's nothing too much that you can do about that. But also, there are people who say they ride with you, and they just quit on you. They're not selling out. They're not selling out or whatever. I just don't want to do that no more. You can't.
And of course, we had to deal with that too.
Right. So I just quit. Just quit on you. I know Brother Maurice had all those people fired up. We're gonna go to Mississippi, whatever. As long as he was talking, yeah, Brother Maurice, I'm with you, brother, blah, blah, blah. But then when he actually put into motion, we're going to put boots on the ground in Mississippi, people start changing their mind. Well, Maurice, well, I can't, What you going to do when somebody quit on you? Folks just quit.
And see, that's the crazy thing. That man went out his way, took his family and all his resources and went to Mississippi for his followers or those that claim to support him to turn their back on him. Yep. And see, this is why I don't care to do nothing for black people. This is why I owe black people nothing.
Right.
Like you would say, I don't owe black people nothing. Yep. Because the minute you do something tangible, as they say, when it comes to leading the charge, and you put yourself out there on the front line,
right,
just to put your head on the chopping block, and then everybody else turn around and go the other way, that's what make me don't want to even be involved in this struggle crap. Because of stuff, it happens all the time. Me and you both know all these dead leaders that these people be talking about. Unfortunately, they had to learn the hard way. Yes. Just like our brothers and sisters that's still doing time in prison for the struggle cause. Yes. Or that's in exile over the struggle cause, like Assata Shakur. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody doing a damn thing for them. You see what I'm saying? So we go all out our way when we could be doing something else with our lives. We go all out our way for these people just to put ourselves on the front line.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, listen, I ain't mad at Dr. King's kids. I ain't mad at Malcolm X's kids. Because far as they could see, they fathers put their lives on the line for these Negroes not to even carry on their struggle. You see what I'm saying? Or where they left off at. So why should they get involved? So they live in life as comfortably as they can. And in a way, I'm not mad at them. Because, look, y'all ain't carrying on what our fathers left behind. So, and this is why I say that if you gonna really be about that life when it comes to the liberation and struggle for your people, you don't really need to be every day or almost every day on social media talking about it. You got thousands of people listening, or hundreds of thousands of people, even millions of people listening. But do you see any of them really getting on the bandwagon?
No.
Obviously, because they either scared they damn self,
right,
or they know you ain't really serious.
Absolutely.
There it is.
And a lot of them will even write or even tell other, you'll see them go to other channels, or I just listen to them for entertainment. They might not put that on your comment section, but they'll go somewhere else, because I see some of these people in other places, or I just listen to them for entertainment. They don't even take none of this serious. They don't take, all of it really is entertainment for them. And no matter how we talk here on the Reality Temple, there's still going to be people who don't take us serious. And I damn sure not your entertainer. But there's nothing that I can do about people that look at me just for entertainment. So clearly you don't even know, they keep talking about, I'm doing this for my people, I do this for the people. Apparently you don't even know your people, because if you know your people, they're not taking none of this serious. But see, that's why the Mississippi campaign is important, because if you could pull that off, it'll give them something to look up to and be inspired and motivate and fight, something for them to fight for. Talking about Egypt is cool. That has nothing to do with us. Talking about all this beautiful African history, that don't mean nothing. What we built with our own hands, that the people themselves can participate in. Like I told you, even your little baby, take a seed and let the little baby put the seed in the ground, take a picture, and when the child get older, and when the child grow up and see the successful, wealthy, economic paradise that you built, tell that child, see, when you was 3 years old, 4 years old, you was putting seeds in the ground and help build our nation here. Give them something to fight for. Give them inspire them to do something. They have no inspiration like that. That's why it's important. Nobody's inspired by your personal business, your personal farm. The Mississippi campaign is about the participation of a vast majority of Black people, so you can see what you can do and express your godhood and your kinghood. You mean to tell me you a god and you a king and all this kind of good stuff, but you can't take control of a state? Hell, they're not even control of a neighborhood or a town or a city. You don't control nothing. So I see why you got problems, or you have problems, and you keep talking about, oh, that was done before. Well, where is it then? When did you take control of a state? When did this happen? What happened? When did this happen? No, you are caught up in your religion. They've turned the struggle. Black nationalism is a religion, because Black nationalism has nothing to do with your personal morality or nothing like that. It is about the simple freedom of a people from their oppression. Pan-Africanism is not about your personal morality or whatever. It's simply about the unification of melanated people together. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with your sexual orientation and all this other garbage. That's your own personal stuff. That's how it was when I was growing up.
And it don't have nothing either to do with your criminal past, because I be seeing these people or your personal life, because I see these people getting on social media and the pro-Black conscious or pro-Black nationalist community talking about each other's past personal life experiences, past criminal histories, and all that stuff. And I've even heard Nandy, you know what I'm saying, chew a few people out about that. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, that's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? You get on there, you talk about each other like a dog, put each other's personal business out there, all that crazy crap like Sonetta and them do, and I mean, it's just crazy. the Pasha died and all them, you know, got they showing their whole body figures all on the internet and stuff, you know what I'm saying? So you leave people with enough ammo to attack you when you do stuff like that, you know?
Yes.
So I mean, it's just crazy, man.
And I said this. I'm gonna leave you to close.
Yeah,
out.
because all right.
And then I'm gonna let you close the live stream out because I'm really done after I say this. Simply, many of the ones that's talking all this crap. Oh, you're a sellout. You're Uncle Tom. Chances are they are the real enemy because they don't want you to do nothing. What's wrong with taking control of a state? Why do you have all these questions? You've done your time. Your strategy and your mindset has been around for over 100 years. They never bring that up. They want us to continue to have their mindset, their strategy, but we've been doing it. Many thousands of people have been doing this stuff for over 100 years. And what do you have? Except excuses. Well, if it wasn't for the white man, if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for that, all woulda, shoulda, coulda. You keep failing. You're incompetent. And you puff out your chest and you act like your doo-doo don't stink and you're arrogant, don't have a pot to piss in. Let your actions speak louder than your words. And let us see what you produce. All these debates, why don't y'all debate on what you produce? If they had to debate on what they produce, they would take their channels down because they're not capable of producing anything. Let's talk about vegans versus meat eaters. Let's talk about Darwinism versus what? How does this help us get out of the situation that we're in? It does not. Let's debate on what we're producing. Now, Sonetta talk about what he's produced. What has Sonetta produced? I give the information. What has that information caused the people to produce? How has it changed people's lives? What has it done for us? Absolutely not. I know his information ain't did a damn thing for me. I know that. Here we are. We have a plan and a vision that is not mine. It's my ancestors who was doing this anyway. The only thing we did was put a name on it. That's all. And you're going to make mockery, keep talking about the ancestors. But you make mockery of the people that you actually know. Some of them are still alive right now. You're going to tell me about Kemet and all this other stuff that you don't have a damn thing to do with. So why would people born in America, why would they be interested in what happened in Kemet? I know my own personal family. I never hear nobody mention Kemet or Africa or none of this stuff. The only thing they want to know is how I'm going to pay my bills. How we going to live better. That's all. If you want people to listen to all your fantasy fairy tales, produce food, clothing, and shelter for them, and you can get their attention. If you can't produce food, clothing, and shelter for them, they don't want to hear that stuff. That's why the Nation of Islam was doing so well, because the Nation of Islam was giving the people jobs, and they was producing food, clothing, and a certain amount of shelter. And the people was attracted to that. And they gained a certain amount of respect. You didn't have to be a Muslim. But if you jump on the Muslims, you jumping on the black community. That's how it was back in the day. Back in the day, the Nation of Islam, all the other businesses have locks and stuff on their doors. Nation of Islam business didn't have locks and doors on their businesses. That's the kind of respect that they had from the people. But I bet you right now, the Nation of Islam got locks and stuff on their doors now because Farrakhan, they don't have that. Oh, that's gone. That's over with. But working the Mississippi, just talking about it, put that idea, this is yours. You're going to gain power. Look at the benefits that you can get if you do this. Fire the people up. I told you, these blackity black people, they are really our enemy. They are the enemy. They keep talking about you the sellout and the coon. No, you are. They are the enemy. They don't want you to have nothing. Because if you can be successful, what is it for them? There's nothing their day is over. They want you to stay in the position that you're in so they can have something to run their mouth about. They don't want you to, they don't want nothing. They don't want you to be. What they want us to do is go to their slave plantation. That's what they do. That's what all this blackity black pro-black stuff. They want you to be their slave. That's what it's all about. I'm not going to be your damn slave. Take your black nationalist bullshit and kick rocks. We don't do that here. Slavery is over here. Like the brothers, the Deacons of Reality made a video. Slavery is over here. We don't do that. This pro-black, blackity, even this new Aboriginal crap is crabs in the bucket mentality, like the Deacons say. It ain't no damn different. It's the same stupid mindset, except obsessed with Africa. They obsessed with being some kind of Aboriginal, Native, I don't know what the hell. We believe and support everything except the right stuff. We better get it together. I hope time hasn't ran out. I'm doing the best I can to show you that you need to do things different. I never come on here telling you that you should not be an Aboriginal, you should not claim to be African or a Hebrew Israelite. I'm telling you, if you love us as a people and you care about your future generations, you need to take appropriate action to make their future better. Otherwise, you're looking at extinction. Otherwise, you're looking at, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, you're going to make your future generations a permanent underclass. And so for me, that's all I have to say on the matter. I've done enough. I'm going to turn the mic over to Brother Taalik, and he's going to take us out of this live stream. I thank you for listening. Jot down your comments, like, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff if you want. You know how we roll here. I don't beg for stuff like that. You can Cash App if you want to. You can purchase my autobiography if you want to. All that information is in the description box if you want to. We don't trip off that stuff. We focus on liberation and changing our condition. Stop talking about history and become history making. I turn the mic over to our brother Taalik.
And with that said, brothers and sisters, I must, carry us out with this point that, we need to really take our present and future into serious consideration at this time because, in fact, like the brother said, time may have ran out. We're living in a time right now which is very hectic and hostile, and we don't know what the next decision, coming, at the hands of those that rule this nation and world may bring. We saw what this pandemic did, and we don't know if anything worse may come right after this. but we must prepare ourselves, because if we don't prepare ourselves, in fact, we will become an exterminated people. That's no doubt, you know, and we must also, you know, start to realize and take into account, you know, us being responsible for ourselves, you know, and us being responsible for our future generations to come behind us. Because if we're not responsible for our present state of condition right now, then our future generation won't have a future. And that's just the reality of the situation. So we must understand how serious this is and stop playing games. Stop playing games on social media and stop playing games even while we out, you know, with our boots on the ground. Because yeah, we could have our boots on the ground, but that don't mean that we actually doing the work because we got our boots on the ground. We could just be talking, just saying that we doing the work because we got our boots on the ground, but that necessarily may not be true either. You know what I'm saying? We just may just be saying that just to get props in social media, you know? So, other than that, like I said, you know, we really need to understand where we are at right now as a people and start actually doing something, you know, because as you can see, this current administration that's in Washington, D.C. definitely don't give a damn about us. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it don't make no sense for our people to keep voting. And we not going to get nothing out the deal tangibly, you know, and like, you know, the brother got done speaking about earlier, we not giving these people no money like these other ethnicity groups are. So we can't expect for them to do nothing for us anyway. And we not putting no money in the coffers for them to do anything, you know, because like the brother also said, with us giving our money to these, you know, blood pour sucking preachers and imams and all this other kind of stuff and ministers, is definitely ain't doing nothing for us, you know. So, you know, it's important to remember where we put our money at. If we want our money to be effective, we got to make sure and know which are the appropriate places for us to put our money at, and not into the hands of these blood-sucking religious preachers and religious zealots out here that's constantly taking our people's money every day in the community. So, I mean, you know, with that said, I just want to just point that out also, and also point out too that, you know, we need to really get politically sound. You want to talk about getting politically sound as Black nationalists? Well, then we need to start acting like we want to do the work of you know, bringing political change to our situation. And I'm not talking about waiting on the Democrat or Republican Party to do it either. You know, and what I mean by that is taking action. You know what I'm saying? Taking action. I don't care what party you under, whether it's the new Black Panther Party, whether it's you know, new African Republic Party. I don't care what party it's under. We need to take action. We ain't taking action. So, you know, the name brand you put on it ain't gonna make no difference until it's actually carried out. And that's why we're so serious here at the Operation Exodus Mississippi, because we actually want to move on carrying out actual political moves to where we can actually make a change for our people, you know, that would deliver us from this over 400 years of oppression that we are under. Because no matter, you know, what type of financial state we're in, what type of class of financial state we find ourselves in, we ain't nothing but a bunch of niggas in the eyes of these races. You know what I'm saying? We still stand a chance every day of something happening to us because of our melanated skin, as some of those of you want to always put it. So I just you know, want to make sure that, you know, I covered that ground in getting my point across. And also, you know, we need to also understand too that we may have ran out of time. We definitely may have ran out of time. You know, we have no time to be really, we really ain't got no more time to be sitting up watching the Super Bowl or worrying about who gonna win the next NBA title. You know what I'm saying? Because of the condition that we're in. We are in a dire situation that we need to get up out of, because anything is subject to happen. Y'all seen what happened just these last couple of years with COVID-19, you know, and we warned y'all before even COVID-19 came to pass. You know, we warned y'all that anything in this nation as well as world is subject to change. Anything that's going on and how we live every day. And you seen what happened during COVID. It changed our usual everyday living routine. People had to start wearing masks. You couldn't go in certain places if you didn't even have one on, you know, and all this other kind of stuff. You couldn't travel like you wanted to. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, anything is subject to cause our everyday living routine to change in this country. This is why it's important for us as sole Black people to unite and put our little petty differences to the side, and let's do something for the sake for ourselves and especially for our future generations. Because many of you say that it's all about the future generations anyway, right? Well, we need to act like it, you know, and stop all this stuff that we doing over social media, which is really not making no difference. You know, you know, you talking about this this currency. What's that currency they be talking about on them Black YouTube channels? Not the Fed currency, the cryptocurrency and all. Listen, let me say this. All that don't mean nothing right now in the scheme of things. All that ain't nothing but a bunch of BS. Okay, I know many of you ain't gonna agree with it, but all that ain't nothing but a bunch of BS. You could still be, just like you could be a Negro in America that got billions of dollars in their bank account like Bill Cosby or somebody, you know, like that, you know. But you still could get locked up like he did, or you could get your hair blew off because they see the nigger word. Do you see my point? So you know, you can own as much cryptocurrency as you can, even get rich off it as you can, much as possible, but that still ain't gonna change your state of condition as a so-called American Negro here in the United States. It is just that simple. That's not going, you know, that's not going to change the order routine with us being up under the oppressor's iron fist. It's just not going to change that. We got all the Black millionaires and wealthy people in the country than anywhere else on this planet Earth. Has it changed that yet?
No.
Hell, Oprah Winfrey can't even walk in no store without being followed. And people know she rich and famous. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you know, you got to understand this is the reality of the situation, you know? And this is what we must contend with every day until we gain total liberation for once and for all from up under the heels of our over 400-year oppressors, you know, and stop playing about this liberation thing. Talking about we really about liberation. We want to be separatists. Well, then separate your ass from the oppressor then. You know, even if it take us getting land to where we got to, like the brother said earlier, you know, where we got to chop down all the trees, clear pathway to create our own roads, our own water dams, you know, and live in huts until we could, you know, gain more resources by establishing an open path to where we can live comfortably. You see what I'm saying? Because obtaining freedom, you know, don't nothing ready-made come with that. Like the brother was trying to tell you earlier. You know, at least with this Mississippi campaign ideal, at least you got a state that has everything set up. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, but as far as, you know what I'm saying, actually getting your own freedom, usually, if these white folks wanted to give us land, like the brother say, and you know, and tell us, but y'all got to do all the work. We can't do the work for you. There go your land, not going about your business. Are y'all truly ready for that? Are y'all really truly ready for that? See, them is hard questions. I know them hard questions, but are y'all truly ready for that? You know what I'm saying? Are y'all really truly ready for them to tell you, well, look, we gonna send you to Africa. We gonna give you the Congo Republic or something like that. But you're gonna have to do your work yourself. We can't do nothing for you. You're gonna have to get your own water. You're gonna have to grow your own food. We ain't gonna give you no kind of aid or nothing. We just gonna leave you dry and let you go on your own and figure it out for yourself. What you gonna do then? Are you really gonna be ready to separate from the enemy? Or you gonna be waiting for your reparations and then leave from around the enemy? You see what I'm saying? But see, that's wishful thinking, because they not gonna give us no reparations. They've showed you that many times over and over again, told you flat out to your faces, like they did the adults movement. You know what I'm saying? That they not giving you no reparations. That's not even a discussion. You know, that's not even open discussion on the table. We're not giving you no reparations. They've already told you that flat out. So what you gonna do? Still keep waiting? Well, keep waiting and see what happened behind when you keep waiting for something. It's time for us to take our freedom. It's time for us to take our liberation. That's just the bottom line. You know, we cannot stop. We cannot keep waiting on people to do for us what we could do for ourselves. Like they say, like this old saying go, you know, you cannot keep on doing stuff that's been repeatedly done and that ain't worked, and you cannot keep doing stuff by waiting on somebody to do it for you, because you're gonna see what type of results come along with that. You know, you say you follow Marcus Garvey, you say you support Marcus Garvey, you say you agree with the ideologies of Marcus Garvey, but he also told you to take your destiny into your own hands. And that's what comes along with taking your destiny into your own hands, It's not waiting for your oppressor to give you nothing. I bet half of you in the pro-black nationalist community vote. And if you say you don't, you telling a damn lie. Louis Farrakhan vote. He even told his own followers in the Nation of Islam that it was all right to vote, other than the fact that his teachers said don't vote. Those were the true teachings of the Nation of Islam up under of Elijah Muhammad, who said don't vote, don't participate in the voting system of this country. So there you go. You flip-flopping. You either gonna be about revolution and separation as you claim to be, or you might as well just go back to being an old Negro slave like you always been anyway. You know, because ain't nobody got time for them games. You got people out here that see through all that rhetoric. That's why don't nobody take you serious, just like somebody got done saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't nobody take you serious like that. You know, you're not serious. We are in a crisis right now throughout America every day. Just being a melanated, dark-skinned person is a crime in itself in America. I guess you forgot about that too, right? That's why it's important for us to separate. That's what makes it even more important for us to separate from our enemy oppressor. Just based on that alone. But you know, keep on doing your thizzy. You know, getting on social media, having these solar debates, having these other different type of debates, frivolous debates, like you always have, and see how far they get you as a people as a whole. You know, since you say you about the people, well, then it should be about us all. And what we're doing is wasting each other's time as a people, because it's affecting us all as a people when we wasting each other's time in that manner. And with that said, you know, I mean, like I said, I know there are going to be those that's going to disagree with what we had to say on this live podcast today. But hey, you know, that's something that I can't worry about. You know, just like, you know, those that's in the grave who you speak against, like Martin Luther King and certain other people, they sure didn't care about what you thought about them when they was alive. So that's the same attitude approach I take, you know? But that's not going to change the way I feel for wanting real liberation for our people. Instead of all this shucking and bull jiving that we doing. Playing revolution and not really demonstrating it. And with that said, I'm out 5,000 in peace.
What's up, Ebony 433? I wanted him to assume that I'm a person looking to get down with this Mississippi campaign. How does one get started with this? Sir? Mr. Angel Snupnup.
What was the question again? I didn't hear.
Both y'all, hold on, Angel. Both y'all, Yanga, and enough y'all made me get up together. Y'all made me goddamn go old school to read. Both y'all. I'm Gavin.
You still didn't answer the question, sir.
No, didn't.
He still didn't answer the question.
He's not.
You still didn't answer the question, sir.
Answer the question.
There it goes, nobody knows.
It's selfish to not allow a child to grow up. Some people spoil their children. They won't let them grow up. They keep, no matter how old they get, they keep letting, they want to do things for the child. Let your child grow up. Let these black people grow up.